Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Come on in. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We're going to turn this off for a minute, and I'm going to add everybody in. Welcome. How are you? Good morning. Thank you for being here, everyone. I'm setting everybody up so they can come on in. I'm getting all the programs set up. So I'm sure y'all see the title, and I have a question for y'all. I'm going to ask it multiple times. Why? Because it's imperative, and as the people come in, take the message as it resonates. Listen to the words. So one of my questions is, do you have discernment? Can you distinguish between the Word of God and what somebody else is telling you or what somebody else is saying? Be mindful of everything that I'm saying, because I said at the start of this, I'm setting you up. Okay? So I'm setting you up could mean multiple things. I'm setting you up for success, or I'm setting you up for failure. So I'm going to ask you to have discernment from God, because as in everything that I tell y'all, don't trust nobody, including me, because I'm going to tell y'all what I've been getting this weekend. Mind you, God has had me in such a rest state, like literally knocked out. But the thing is, being given message after message after message after message. And so this is why I'm going to say, do you have discernment? Can you hear the word of God? Can you hear the word of God for yourself without anybody telling you? Because this is what is going to be important. And be mindful. I'm putting everybody online, so I have to say it multiple times. So for everybody that's here, bear with me until I get everybody, started, because I'm going to have to repeat myself again. And it's going to be the same question, because I need y'all to answer. I need y'all to think for yourself and answer. You don't have to tell me, but answer the question for you, because your life is going to depend on it. And I mean, really. So again, I'm going to say it one more time probably, or maybe twice. But I have to make sure everybody is aware. So it says, this is a matter of life or death. Who are you really? Choose wisely. Remember I said, hold on, I'm going to put them on before I say this again. All right, so we got them on. We're going to add these people on here. And be mindful that I'm asking you a question that is very important. You do not have to answer me. Answer for yourself. It says, this is a matter of life or death. Who are you really? This is a question. Who are you really? Not with the lies that you wish to tell yourself. Not with the lies that other people have told you. Choose wisely. And as y'all see, I came. This is officially Sunday, the beginning of the work week, okay? I'm here for all intents purposes, and I showed up at 8:15. So I was on time, on task. Mind you, the weird part is this. When I got the message to even be here, right, y'all? I was laying in my bed, minding my own business. I was about to think that I was about to do the exact same thing. I was about to do the same exact thing. And so I literally got up, and Twitch will tell you I ain't left the house. Okay, I have not left the house. I have been in here all weekend. I was asleep right in front of them yesterday. Everything. Last night, bed. God has put me in a rest state, so I was utilizing that. It was very important. Be mindful that covenant. Are you in covenant with God? Are you in covenant with man? That's the thing. And I don't care who you represent. I don't care what version, what people. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your creed is. I don't care what you grew up. It is not my judgment to come down and say anything to you. What I'm going to ask y'all is, do you have discernment? Can you hear the word of God for yourself? Because this is why it's going to be important. So this is a matter of life and death. Who are you really? Choose wisely. You have to hear God for yourself. And I'm going to repeat to y'all again. Don't trust nobody. Not even me. Go look this up for yourself. Okay? Ask God to give you the words. Ask God to give you the direction. Ask God to give you the wisdom and the knowledge. I'm going to tell you what I was given and what was being put in my system. Okay? So, let's see. Y'all just blinked out. Jezreel, hi, welcome, thank you for being here. Austin's Corner, welcome, thank you for being here. Blade YT, thank you for being here. Caitlin McCraft, thank you for being here. So what I also want to impart to everybody is this. If you come across any of my channels, any of my platforms, and you talking crazy, I'm not going to acknowledge you. What I'm going to do is just eject your ass out of here, because what I'm about to tell everybody is going to be too important. If you want to hear it, you can stay. If you don't want to hear it, take your finger and scroll, because I'm not here to babysit anybody. I don't like playing with other people's kids, and I'm not going to. So, if you want to hear the message, I suggest you straighten up and fly right, because I already see it and I ain't going to do it. I'm going to just put you on timeout and kick your ass out. Okay? So, let's also know that. And then there's some other people that will show up and they may eject you out of here. So, those who have ears, let them hear. And I also am going to repeat this again. It's not about who your religion is. It is, can you hear God for yourself? Period, point blank. Because you could be being led astray. Most likely y'all are. And this is why we're going to ask you that question. No face. I just told you that if you want to stay here, I suggest you be mindful, because you don't get to ask me nothing. Okay? So I just said, depending upon religion, creed, concern, any of that, I'm trying to help everyone across the board. You can receive it or you don't. And that's going to be the last fucking disclaimer on that. Okay? Now, we're going to go over here, because I put the message everywhere. I mean, I see you over there. Actually, you're not, but you know, it doesn't matter. Just know that I will eject you. That's it. That's all. All right. So we're going to pay attention now here. Okay. Because I'm going to tell you how everybody's being deceived. And that's everybody. And this is why you have to have some discernment and talk to God about it. Now, I'm going to ask y'all a question. And this is where y'all get to bash me. All right? Do y'all have discernment? I'm a person sitting in front of y'all right now about to tell y'all that God told me to come to y'all and tell y'all something. And I said already, go look it up for yourself. Don't trust me with your word, okay? So, those who have eyes, let them hear. Those who have ears, let them hear. Those who have eyes, let them see. Those who have eyes, have ears, let them hear, okay? And that all goes together. So take it how it resonates. Because seeing could be with your eyes, but it could be with your feelings. Okay? So know that right now, you have to have some discernment. And if you can have discernment in me because I'm a person, then y'all should have some damn discernment when it comes to them books as well. Because all I'm going to tell you is what's in them. Okay. And what the narrative is that is being pushed. So everybody's important. Nobody is excluded from this. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what you believe in. Everybody is important and imperative to this situation. Everybody. Okay? So, I asked this morning. No, I'm going to tell you what I was told first. So, as I was sitting down and, enjoying my rest this weekend and everything else, God kept telling me that it is the collective. The collective is important. The collective has been deceived. So I'm saying, God, how has the collective been deceived? And God says that it is a distraction. It is to get everybody to argue and to fight amongst each other. So, that we won't see the real problem. And so there's a thing that only a certain group of people have. There's a lot of people that like to argue and, this is the issue. This is the issue. This is, and you're the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem. The fact that you're this, it's button heads, button heads, button heads. There's a special group of people, though, that can see past that. So are you a period? All right, got y'all back. All right. So let me tell y'all what I told them. So for everybody that is coming back online, that was even important to the system and the program. Why? Because entertainment purposes only, and I have to remember to keep saying that. If there is a shutdown of information, if there is a blackout of, the internet or anything else, or if there was, because entertainment purposes only, you would have to have this ingested. You would have to have it written on your heart, your mind, your body, your soul. You would have to know who you are as a person, because it says this is a matter of life and death. Who are you? Choose wisely. It's like when God was talking to one of the prophets, and he told him, he said, now eat it. Eat the paper. And he said, eat it. Like, no, don't remember it, don't nothing. It was Ezekiel. He told him to eat it. Eat the word. Why? So it would be with him, inside of him. Don't remember it. Don't any of that. You don't got to do that. Just eat it. And so that way it was marked. It came out of him. It was on him. It was in him. All right. So it says, who are you really? Choose wisely. All right. So y'all got that. Y'all back. Everybody back. Everybody good. Everybody on the charger. Everybody listening. Okay. So now we go back over here to where we started at. If you had no map, no roadmap, and I'm saying this for the people who believe in religion, and a lot of y'all around here probably don't really believe in religion. Y'all probably are already past that. But also, even in the situation, it's the arguing amongst, this race, this race, this race, or this culture, this culture, this culture, because my book is right, their book is right, this book is right, this book is right, and for all intents and purposes, everybody is right because everybody is necessary and needed. And again, I ask you, can you see or hear God for yourself? Because if you can see or hear God for yourself, then you already should know that everybody collectively is important. And I'm going to explain to you why. So one of the things that I did was, because I'll be preparing, like when, God said, it's time for you to go to work. And I'm saying, God, it's Sunday. Like, don't nobody work on Sunday. Well, you do. So get up. And, we're going to go talk to the people, because everything that I was talking to you about yesterday, about the folks, I need you to go and deliver this message. And I'm going to ask right now, God, please allow me to deliver the message so the people get it. The people that are meant to hear it, and take me out of it. Because again, this be above my pay grade. I just be listening. All right. So God, please allow me to deliver the message so that the people get it and understand it. Also, please allow the people to have discernment and go look things up for themselves. And also, please allow the people to understand that because I'm giving it to you, it is all supposed to be, it's given again. Okay, so once you see it, once you hear it, once you know it, once you acknowledge it, give it again. Okay, because it's the gift that keeps on giving, the living God. All right. So here we are. Damon, hi. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Damon, you just came in, so let me give you the disclaimer. If you want to be here, I don't care what you are, because we got to get into the message. I don't care what you are. You can be a demon, you can be a Damon, you could be a bum, you could be whatever it is you want to be, right? But if you're looking for information and knowledge, I'm going to, give you what I got. If you looking for somebody to play with and argue with, I'm going to put your ass on mute because I don't play with other people's kids and I don't have time for that. I'm here to do the job and, go on and get, because if you don't know, let me explain it to you. I don't want to talk to you anyway. I do what I'm told to do. And so I'm being told to come here and show you the connection. All right. Anyway, so do with that information what you will, because your next, caps lock is going to be where, you get either right or wrong at. All right. So there's that. So the thing is in the Ethiopian Bible, in the Ethiopian text, it says some things that the Torah doesn't say, that the Catholic Bible doesn't say, and that the Western Bible does not say. Okay? Now, for all intents purposes, if you believe in God, then God was here before they were here. That means before anybody wrote anything. Okay? So, with that being said, the Ethiopian Bible existed. And I keep explaining to y'all about this culture. For some reason, this society is like the great upside down. They like starting, or if you ever seen the Twilight Zone, I'm 50 years old, and there was a thing called the Twilight Zone when I was growing up. So what they do is they like to impart information from a certain point in time, and it doesn't matter. It's basically where the corruption started to happen. So I'm going to say for entertainment purposes only, but are you entertained? Because you can go look this up, okay? So, the powers that be, or the powers that thought they were bigger than God, decided to come along and say that this book that existed long before all of these other ones, I'm gonna remove and I'm gonna take away. Mind you, if you go look at the timeline in the history, it go Adam, Eve, this person, and this person. If you look in the Bible, you don't see the this person, and this person. But if you go back to the Ethiopian Bible, you see the this person, and this person. The Ethiopian Bible was so important that they had to hide it because it didn't get manipulated, entertainment purposes only, the way that the Western Bible, the Catholic Church Bible, or the Torah got manipulated. Okay? So when they came along and they said, oh, we're just going to take this. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean by when I'm saying manipulated. They said, we don't like these versions. We just going to take this. Meanwhile, God was God before the people came along and decided that they were going to play God. So again, ask God to have some discernment, because I'm sitting in front of you. I'm giving you information. You can say, she don't know nothing. But guess what? Everything that I'm telling you is facts. So I don't have to know anything other than the fact that when this happened, there was some more information. So somehow people think that, and this is where the religions come along, and they like to think that you're dumb. So entertainment purposes only, but sometimes I be thinking y'all dumb too. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Because if there was something that was there beforehand and you said that you have discernment, why you keep talking to me about what a person decided to think that you should know? Meanwhile, the information, the knowledge is free. It was also supposed to be for everybody. It was the living word of God, but some of y'all like to be deceived. So do with that information what you will, okay? So, Unamo says, yeah, I feel robbed of information. And you should be, because there is. All right, so as we go back to the Ethiopian Bible, and I don't know everything that's in there. I'm just learning about some of the things that are in there. Mind you, I have to even also be careful about the things that I'm learning that is in there, because we have to remember about translation. So yesterday I did y'all a video, right? And it was me going to the store and, you know, doing something. But if you had paid attention, it wasn't about me going to the store. It was actually the story about the Tower of Babel, right? And so in the Tower of Babel, and we can go look it up, it talks about everybody spoke the same language. Everybody spoke the same language from the beginning. And then what ended up happening was the people got together and they said, let's go and build a tower so we can get up to heaven. And so that, you know, we can figure out how great we were, right? So the actual story says, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to one another, go, let us make brick, burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. It says in another text, tar. So we have to also remember that once the language got separated, this is where misunderstandings came in at. All right. So if you're a person who understands misunderstandings, or you have a rational brain, a misunderstanding is us going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, not getting nowhere. Meanwhile, technically saying the same exact thing, but not knowing that we're saying the same exact thing, because we don't want to take the time to get to know one another, because we just want to feel like we're better than the other people. Okay. So again, let me finish the story. It says, and they had slime for mortar. And they said, go, to let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach into heaven, and let us make us a name. This is where the problem came in at, because it's ego and arrogance, okay? Let us make us a name for ourselves, because we want to be known as the people, I guess, that got into heaven, or got up to heaven, created a tower unto heaven, okay? But that is the line right there. So we're going to say, this is what God paying attention. And they said, go, to let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men built. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one. The people is one. Everybody spoke the same language. That means we are connected. Let me tell you how we became disconnected. So the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men built. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one. The people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Now, this is where God just told us that we were geniuses. So pay attention, because God said, and now know that nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Because once we all collectively, and again, God is telling us something, because once we all get together and imagine something, we can get it done. But it's also a thing. You know, sometimes we're so smart, we stupid. So let me tell you how. All right. So it says, let us go down, and therefore God is going to come down and confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from hence upon the face of the earth, and they left to build the city. And they left off to build the city. Therefore, is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there go confound the language of all the earth, and from thence the Lord scattered them abroad from the face, and everybody, you know, spoke different languages and things of that nature. Now, you will be wanting to know, like, why would God do that, right? Because I just told y'all what God said. And mind you, that's the definition of in the Torah. But I'm gonna tell you where the corruption comes in at. Because okay, over here, we going to, where is it at? I just asked for the Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel, because I was asking for the Tower of Babel location, because this is what I did yesterday. So in the process of this, right? Why would God, okay, click off of there. Tower of Babel, right here. So let's go over here and let's, have some discernment, because God just told us that we were geniuses. That once we all got together and understood the assignment, there was nothing that we wouldn't be able to do. Okay? So, Tower of Babel right here. So it says, dun, 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 dun. When we know there was a communication gap with the nation, so it was easy to deceive or misunderstand the different tribes. So we're going to go here because I need to, go back because I got stuff everywhere because I told y'all God was working, on me. So it says, the Tower of Babel, when God confused the language. The events were referring to the story of the Tower of Babel. It's in the Bible in Genesis 11, 1-9. But I also told you that I just read it from the Torah, right? So I read y'all the version from the Torah. The language and the wording and the verbiage in the Bible is a little bit different, but same scenario. Remember when I said there's some truth even in a lie? So even if everybody can remember the accounts or can't remember the accounts of the situation, the specific accounts means that we can almost bet that the story of the Tower of Babel actually happened. Okay? We can bank on that part. Now, what happened or the perception of the people and what this person thought and what this person thought may have been a little bit different. But just be mindful. It's telling y'all that we were all there. Everybody was there. Okay? Everybody showed up to the party. Because everybody could hear. Everybody could speak the same language. We knew that the party was over here in Babel at this time. At 8 o'clock, let's get it done. We already knew the assignment. We're going to make the bricks. We're going to use this. It don't matter, what the people said, because somebody said they was going to use slime, and I told you somebody else said they was going to use tar. Don't matter. All I'm telling you is that we got together, and we was going to get this show on the road. To the tune of God had to come down and see this and say, oh, no. They doing too much right now. All right. So, here we go. Now, this is the question, because, people come over and they say, well, why would God do this, that, or the third? So the story of Babel is rich with meaning, and scholars, theologians, and spiritual thinkers have debated why God confused the languages. And here's what, maybe some of them would be thinking. To stop human pride and rebellion. The people of Babel wanted to make a name for themselves and to build a Tower of Babel with the tower into the heavens. May interpret this as human pride and arrogance, trying to reach God on their own terms, confusing their languages and scattering them, preventing them from becoming too self-reliant or idolatrous, forcing humility. Now, first of all, I also want to preference this with this. The thing that God was talking to me and telling me about yesterday. God is inside of you. And so as we're searching on the outside, the biggest search and confounding part is us, the part that's on the inside. This is why the message says, this is a matter of life or death. Who are you really? Choose wisely, because you have to search you. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? Are you under the covenant, in the covenant, over the covenant? Do you think you above the covenant? Because the covenant, as it stands, when you came into this realm, when you get that spark of life, was between you and God, not anybody else on the outside. So again, I'm going to ask you, do you have discernment to hear God? Do you have the discernment to know God? Have some discernment in this moment. Ask God about everything that I'm telling you. Don't trust nobody, including me. Go search it for yourself. You don't have to trust nobody else with your life or with your soul or with your spirit. It's between you and God. So even if I can be the catalyst to help you into the thinking process, don't trust me. Don't trust them. And if you can have some discernment as I'm sitting here as a living, breathing person talking to you, telling you, then you should have some discernment even on them books. Period, point blank. And the only person that's going to be mad is the people who wish to deceive. Because if there's truth in it, it's not going to matter what's in it. If there's truth in it, you're going to see it, you're going to hear it, you're going to feel it. Choose wisely. And for all intents and purposes, I'm a preference again, God was here before any of those books existed. Okay? All right, so we're going to come back over here. The other thing they may have thought, to encourage diversity and spread of humanity. Before Babel, the Bible says all humans were in one place and spoke one language. It says before the Bible. But remember, the Bible was, inspired, okay? The Torah was inspired, okay? Because there's more text. Entertainment purposes only. And so somebody decided that this is what I'm going to give you. Mind you, I'm also going to change the verbiage. I'm going to make this word mean this, and this word mean this, and this word mean that. But there is a text, which is also another issue even with the text, because if you can speak that language, then you could read it for what it is and for what it was. But then you have to remember that for all intents purposes, there's other people that come along and other people translate the situation. Okay? Chrissy, what's inspired by the Holy Ghost? Because again, if you ain't been here listening, then I suggest you push rewind, because, you know, you could be one of the people that's being deceived. And so I'm not going to say nothing to you other than go back to the beginning. And that's in everything. And so y'all see how I'm gently parenting right now. This is gentle parenting, because we're talking about everybody going back to the beginning. And this is what people do. They jump their ass in the middle of a conversation, and then they start talking about stuff, and they be irrelevant and off. All wrong. So go back to the beginning, because you could be right. But if you're talking to me about the Bible, I don't want to talk to you, because we got to go back to the beginning. All right. So do with that information what you will. Anyway, so by confusing their languages, God ensured the population would spread across the earth, populating different regions and creating cultural diversity. Some see it as a protective act, preventing and concentrating potentially destructive human society. It says also as a warning about unity without God. The story isn't against cooperation, it's against unity aimed at self-glorification instead of the following God's will. It shows that when humanity unites a part of divine guidance, things go wrong. Because listen, for all intents and purposes, you heard God call us geniuses. In every book, it says that if they don't come down and confuse and confound, that there's no limit to what we will be able to do in the connection. Every book basically alludes to that. So we're going to take that as true as well. That, you know, God said that he created us in the image, or they created us in the image. God, one God, created us in the image. And I'm saying feminine and masculine, you know, one thing, because everybody will argue and fight about that. The one true God that was here that created the situation. All right, so many scholars see it as symbolic. Babel equals confusion, showing the limits of human ambition. Have you ever realized or wondered why? Because I can go look up the etymology, but Babel was also the language that is now here that teaches you language, right? So just know that there was also once upon a time, Grand Rising, welcome, thank you for being here. There was also once upon a time where everybody spoke the same language, but then they noticed that language just started to die off. Like even in this, you know, land, when there was this person that spoke the last da-da-da-da, all of it was intentional, because again, be mindful that God said if you can put them, if they could get together and they were able to do that thing, he didn't say that we couldn't do it. He just said that once we got together to do this thing, there would be no limits to what we would be able to do. Okay? Now, It could be a communication gap. It could be easier to mislead and manipulate, because this is also a thing. So with what is being said, then what we know, there was a communication gap between the nations. So it was easy to deceive or misunderstand different tribes. And so this is the people and the population. This is where the others came in. And pay attention, because again, do you have discernment? And you can write yes or no in the chat. If you have discernment, let me know. Because if you do, then what is the best or the biggest thing that they could do in order to make sure that we stay all confused? So do you have discernment or concern? But I'm concerned. Do you have discernment? All right. So communication gap. Once languages are confused, people could no longer easily understand each other. Even if they had shared similar ideas or intentions, this created natural barriers between tribes, nations, and cultures. So just imagine that me and you are arguing back and forth over the same thing. But because I speak a different language and you speak a different language, we could be totally agreeing. But, you know, for all intents and purposes, you speak French, I speak English, or there is no English and it's a whole nother, language, but for all intents and purposes, we're saying the same thing. We just don't understand each other. And you know that there's multiple ways to do a thing. So if I start pulling this way, because we're saying we're going to clean up whatever this mess is, and I start pulling this way, you're going to misunderstand me, and you start pulling this way. Meanwhile, we're still trying to do the exact same thing, but you think that I'm going against you because we don't understand each other. Meanwhile, collectively, we are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a better place. So let's start figuring this shit the fuck out. Okay. So this created natural barriers between tribes and cultures. So it's easier to mislead or manipulate. Now here go the others. They not like us. When people cannot understand one another, it becomes easier for leaders, or people that think they're leaders, manipulators, con artists, people that wish for you to just follow them blindly, to manipulate. Even spiritual influences to distort information or impose beliefs, right? So if you're in covenant, under the covenant, over the covenant, in covenant with God, right? Because you are a chosen people in a chosen land. That means everybody was chosen because we all were here. We all communicated, right? And like I said, then all of a sudden the others somehow came in. But I'm going to tell you how, because we're talking about it right now. Now, right now in modern day, 2026, it is a debate going on with the Statue of Liberty, because them people over there said, they was going to knock her ass down. But mind you, for a few years now, anybody that's been on my channel knows and understands that I said she got to go anyway. So for anybody that's spiritually connected, or anybody that should be paying attention, the Statue of Liberty should have never been put on this property. This is sacred land. This is God's land. And so what they did was they brought a statue. And it says, if you're in covenant, you're not supposed to worship idols and things of that nature. So this is how embedded, and this is one of those things. Go talk to God about it. You don't even gotta believe me, right? But the people that told you that, don't listen to astrology, don't listen to stars, and this is where something got manipulated at, and this, that, and the third, because for all intents and purposes, the book of Enoch talks about, entertainment purposes only, talks about when the watchers saw the daughters of man and they were beautiful. Mind you, your Bible don't have that in there. So again, another piece of information that got taken out. They said, do as I say, don't do as I do. But now, once it got implemented into society, into the system, it was now fair game. So they told y'all not to do it. But mind you, there were plaques and things placed strategically on earth. So we get that God didn't like it and that it shouldn't have been, here, but just know that once it got implemented, it was a part of the system. So, because for all intents purposes, we can use this. In the Bible, it says that there was a star, entertainment purposes only, where they saw Jesus at, where they knew that Jesus was born. There was a sign. So they had to follow the star to go towards the manger. That's using astrology and stars. So again, we could go with God was mad from the beginning that watchers came down here. They implemented that into the system. So they gave y'all part of the story, but they didn't give y'all the whole story. And you can't leave stuff out. Okay? You can't pick and choose which verses to follow. Oh, I love when you so dumb that you so smart, because listen, this is what I'm telling you. You one of them people. I just told you, and I'm only going to entertain you because you literally just proved what the fuck I'm talking about, stupid. Entertainment purposes only. Anyway, so this bitch, Chrissy says, Chrissy Pie says, 1 Timothy 2.9, you can't pick and choose which verses you follow. Duh. But meanwhile, she's reading from something that they pick and choose from. Because Chrissy, if you go back to the beginning, like I told you already, that book ain't the oldest one. They picked and chose what they gave to you. So either you're going to believe it or not. And this is where I'm going to either stop talking to you or we can continue to talk. Because if you're going to be dumb and you're going to tell me exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and then you're going to only use limited knowledge, this is where we either going to be friends or not. Because I don't talk to stupid people. So you choose what you want to do next. Okay? Because otherwise, your next sentence is going to be where I put your ass on mute at. Because you just proved exactly what I'm telling you. So thank you. But the Ethiopian Bible is where they got that from. Okay? Good. All right. So now, we're going to go back over here. And I love you. Thank you. I like that you went and researched that. Good. So when people cannot understand one another, it becomes easier for leaders or outsiders or even spiritual influences to distort information or impose beliefs. So we can continue to argue, and this is what I just said from the beginning. So anybody that just got here, this is one of the things that where they keep you locked in at. You can either choose growth or you can choose it is, what's the word? It starts with a D. It's one of the lesson that I just did. Or it's an argument, basically. So we can either grow past the argument or let me go look at this title. Because let me not lie to y'all. I told y'all I don't like lying to y'all ever. I like making sure that we can basically have the right, verbiage. Oh, distractions. That's what it is. You see what I'm saying? God to give you the words. I asked for God to give me words. So you can choose growth or distractions. And I love that for you, Chrissy. Thank you for that. She said, we ain't arguing, I'm learning. Period. I love that. All right. And like I said, you just proved exactly what I was saying. So I love that for you because you literally went and looked it up. You ain't out here, being a bird brain. You went and looked it up and you said, this exists. Okay, so since that exists, and I asked y'all to have discernment. Now, why would they think that they should be able to pick and choose what God wanted you to know? This is what these people did. And again, I'm not arguing about the basis of the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Catholic, but I'm not arguing about the basis of that. What we are discussing is why did certain people think that they should come along and pick and choose when actual knowledge and information was already there? All they had to do was give it to you like, on a plate. But mind you, the Ethiopian people had to hide, protect, and guard something that was here way, way, way before these other people got involved. It don't matter if it didn't fit your narrative. The fact of the matter is it was here before you. So because they wanted to control the narrative, this is why they did that. So anyway, we're going to come back over here. And it says, this is where the manipulation comes in at. Okay? She said, that's one thing that didn't set right with me. I asked my pastor a lot of people why Ethiopian Bible isn't taught. I was told it wasn't inspired by God, and I seriously couldn't let it go. It wasn't inspired by God, but it was their pathway. So how is it not inspired by God, but it is the direction that they took? To the tune of, God showed me, even from the beginning, the Ethiopian Bible was here before, and y'all go look up the dates. So anybody that can look up the dates, tell me when the Bible showed up, tell me when the Torah showed up, tell me when the Quran showed up, because guess what? The Quran is another one of the books, and the Quran actually took from them too, and I'm going to tell you how. Because literally, as I'm listening, the Bible, the one that the Ethiopian people have, was supposed to be put into frequency, music. Somehow the Quran was frequency music. And not to say that, you know, but this is the thing. Everything is inspired. And again, go look it up. And don't get mad at me. Don't come over here talking to me crazy. None of that, because I'm not going to argue with you. I said what I said. End of story. You go look it up, you go get to the end and everything else, and then go from there. The reason why these people ran and hid this, mind you, and go look up the fact that Solomon and Bathsheba, I think that's her name, or whoever that lady was, that had the kid, they even told a story that said, entertainment purposes only, they even told a story that said that when she went to, because she was Ethiopian, she went to Solomon, which Solomon was basically given a ring to control the jinn and to build the kingdom. They even went as far as to try to manipulate the system to make her and this system look bad. But mind you, they were the ones that was entrusted with multiple holy things because of the fact that they knew, like the priest. The priest would protect it. These people wanted to take from it, manipulate it, do what they wanted to do with it, but they trusted the Ethiopian people with it. Mind you, Ethiopia is part of Africa as well, too. So just so y'all know, there are actual, you know, good people and bad people in everything. So let's be mindful even of that. So go back and ask yourselves, why would these people, because the story that I actually seen one time is something about her when Solomon had the baby with her, they was trying to call her a manipulator, this, that, and the third. And then they said that the son came and the son took the Ark of the Covenant, because apparently, and you know, whatever, herever, the Ark of the Covenant has been with Ethiopia, entertainment purposes only, for however long. But also be mindful that there's cross references of time. So it's almost like you lived during the time of your grandfather, right? Because we have to remember that at one point in time, people lived, from what their accounts were, 1,000 years. Methuselah, the oldest person, it was almost close to 1,900, I think 69 or 89 years, right? Look it up. Don't trust me. Figure it out for yourself. But anyway, it was 900 and something years. And it was one of the other ones, we just looked him up too. He lived 930 years. Then after whatever they did, because again, remember, covenant. We, the people, have been in covenant, or in covenant with God. So what also happens during this time, if you go look up the Jubilees, Ethiopia right now is on 2018 from what I just seen, right? And if it's correct throughout the time, next year should be a Jubilee, 2019. If the calculations from their Bible and the time, because they literally mark the times of the Jubilees in there. And have y'all seen any Jubilees in your Christian Bible? Yeah. Other than the one, or y'all Catholic Bible, when they just did that, because we was just here discussing it, I think Friday, when they opened that tomb, the Catholics did, entertainment purposes only. They opened that tomb, but by all intents purposes, if you go look at their Bible says there are 364 days in a cycle. Somehow we ended up with 365. But this is also the manipulation, because if you go look at their Bible's also going to tell you it's basically a prophecy from then time till now time. So just imagine that you came to earth with a pamphlet. And God said, I'm going to give you the blueprint. And then somebody decides that you're not worthy of the blueprint because I need to lie to you and I need to steal from you and I need to manipulate the whole entire system. Entertainment purposes only. Mind you, the book is telling you that they're going to lie to you, they're going to manipulate you, and this is the reason why. Mind you, the book actually tells you about the covenants that you're supposed to keep, but their books don't. Why? Mind you, we got, allegedly situations with the Pope saying on his deathbed that we know he did that. So take it how it resonates. You can listen or don't. But the fact of the matter is this lady right here just went and told me, because we're going to use her words and their words. This lady over here just told me that it says in 1 Timothy 2:9, you can't pick and choose which verses to follow. She said, duh, behind it. So why is it that they can put that there, but they were able to pick and choose for you? Why are they bigger, better, smarter than you? When I sat here, I asked y'all, do you have, she said, sounds like you describing the Hebrew Israelites. I'm describing the book. I'm not describing the people because I ain't got to the description yet. So you're not listening with your ears. You listening from the book. I asked you to listen from God. This is what I said. When I sat down here, I said, do you have discernment? Do you have discernment of people? Do you have discernment of God? Can you recognize God talking to you for yourself? And then I said, don't trust nobody, including me. Ask God about everything that I'm telling you. That's what I said. So I'm not asking you to trust me at all, Chrissy. Go look it up for yourself. Don't be a sheep. Like, you don't have to trust me. Go look it up for yourself. I'm never going to sit down here and tell you something that is going to lie to you because I don't want to be in control of your soul. So if you have discernment and you can hear God, then go look up the information that's right here for you to go look up. Go look it up. Well, guess what? And it's other sheep around here too. So you discern. If you can have discernment, those who have eyes, let them hear. Those who have ears, let them hear. Go look it up. And then determine for yourself, why did they feel like they could pick and choose and then tell you not to? And then ask yourself, why are you listening to them tell you about something that was already here? It will tell you who the word was given to. Why do they think they bigger or better than Moses or anybody else that's in the book? This is the question. So are you following the book or are you following God? Because if you're following the book, then you're going to keep telling me what the book say. If you're following God, then God was here before the book. Any of them. Love says everything. You should be picking Boris Avalis, hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. Look what I can do for you because, we already said we wasn't going to talk to people like you. So I'm going to show you what I could do for you. This is how much better I am at, emotional intelligence than you, because you said that like you wanted to, be a dumbass. But look at this. Watch this. And mind you, I gave you a limited time because look at how you came in here to say something that was very much unproductive, and I put your ass on timeout. It's something that your mom didn't teach you. You don't love God because you want to be a disruptor. So we just said a minute ago, either you want to choose growth or distractions. You don't have to be here. That's the beauty of your free will, but instead you decided to come in here and try to disrupt. We don't allow it. We put the dunce hat on your ass and look at you. Mind you, I still get to talk about you and you get to say nothing. How does that make you feel? Exactly. Silence. Period. Anyway, so back to the productivity of it all, because we don't have time for that. Let's see. Paxson Dad, I'm literally telling everybody is welcome to be here, because the argument is not about, people want us to argue amongst each other whether or not you're this religion, this religion, this religion, this religion, this religion. Collectively, they all took from the same place. And so if we have eyes and we realize that we are under covenant or in covenant with God and not the books and the people, then we all came from the same place. And so again, we still at the early stages of everybody spoke the same exact language. God called us geniuses. Meanwhile, without wisdom and discernment, my people shall perish. Okay, so we can argue about whether or not somebody is under this, but this is the other thing, and I'm gonna just say this because you use those words. Is God before that? Because idolatry is everything. Idolatry could be y'all worshiping a man and not actually God. Idolatry could be y'all worshiping a book and not God himself. Idolatry could be houses. Idolatry is a lot. So just so y'all know, exactly. So this is where we're trying to make sure that you have the knowledge. So if you were lacking the knowledge, because like the lady said, you don't get to pick and choose. But somebody picked and chose for you, and then they said here. And then you took it and lived under it. Your people took it and lived under it. And there's more. So do you want it's more? Because there's more information that you should have been given. But somebody decided that they were going to choose your food for you. So God is God beforehand. Okay, so this is where me and you stop talking. So I'm gonna put you on mute too, because again, like I just told the lady, I'm not gonna be up back and forth with you over something that I already know to not be, factual information. And if I'm telling you to go look further, into what they gave you, because there's older stuff. Right now, this is like beating a dead horse, and I don't do that. So you can keep saying what you're saying, but all I'm gonna do is put you on mute, because you're not gonna be a distraction to me. So either you want to know, or you want to continue to keep walking in the ways of the Statue of Liberty, because I ain't got time. We already beyond that. Okay, so you do that if you will, and keep trying to force people to do that. But all I know is your ass is going to be held accountable when it's time. Okay, so do that. Thank you. I appreciate you. So anyway, so each language and group developed its own traditions, laws, and ways of thinking. But remember that they all came from the same place. So it's like the thing where it says train up a child. So if you train up a child and they all come from the same places and they all spoke the same language, that means that they all had the same, the same start. So because I don't understand you and you don't understand me, then we could be pushing and pulling, but it's the same exact thing. Collectively, are we here to, fix the world or make it worse? A person don't have to do the very same thing that you do in order to be a good person and make it worse, because or make it better. A person can be a good person without having the same belief system that you have. But maybe y'all might have the same belief system, because just because you can't understand me and I can't understand you don't mean that our mission is not the same. The argument is based off of whether or not you are under this religion, this religion, this religion, or this religion. Why would they do that? Mind you, there's good and bad people in every religion. Every religion, there's somebody that's saying you shouldn't be allowed to do this, that, or the third to the kids. And then there's some other people that's saying they can do what the hell they want. There's some other people out here saying that you should lie, kill, destroy, that are in each religion. But meanwhile, there's some other people that are doing what they want. So should them people be a part of the religion? If you're a good person in the religion, do you believe that these people right here are representing your religion properly? And are we actively seeking God? What religion does the Bible teaches wholeness? What religion does the Bible teach wholeness? Okay, so and even in the Bible, if it's wholeness, why did they take out? See, this is what I'm saying. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with you because you still keep wanting to give me the Bible. When I'm saying you should have everything. You literally chose, you told me what they shouldn't be able to pick and choose, and then you want to keep going back to the same text. There's more. Again, you're listening to argue and debate the Bible. I'm not arguing and debating the Bible. I don't give a damn. I'm not going to argue and debate your book, their book, this book, none of the books. I'm not going to debate it. Go and read it and then come back. Because literally the same thing that they told you over here, they told you over there. They just told you a little bit more of it. So if you're saying that it was teaching you wholeness, then they got wholeness from over here. All I'm telling you is that. Okay, well, I'm going to be lost and I'm going to put you on mute because, you know, again, you want to be a distraction and you want to be weird. It's funny because you're saying that, right? But I'm going to put you on mute beforehand, okay? So I'm going to put you on timeout because, you know, we don't care about what you're talking about. Now, that is a projection. You want me to be mad and angry. You're mad because you don't want to go look up the information for yourself. You want to be a dumbass for all intents purposes, and you don't want to go look. Like I said, you're not seeking God. You want to argue your book. You're seeking your book. You're not seeking God. So I'm not going to argue with you. Because if you was seeking God, and I'm telling you that there's more God for you to get, there's more information and understanding, what's the harm in you seeing what they took from you? Because you want to push the narrative. And I'm not going to push the narrative. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. And I'm going to tell you that God existed before the book. And so there's no argument in that unless you arguing with me about God didn't exist before the book. So are you trying to tell me that it just started with the book? Because that's what I hear you saying. And so with that being said, we're going to have to keep you on timeout because I don't need to talk to you. That's not what we're here for. You want to debate and argue, and now look at you. Talk to me tomorrow about it, because I didn't kick your ass out. I just put you on timeout, because this ain't that. All right, so back to the message, because I ain't got time for that. I told you I'm busy, and I got other stuff to do. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do here. All right, so spiritual implications. From biblical perspective, some scholars argue that this confusion mirrors human susceptibility. This is the thing. This is where the deceivers come in, because they want us to keep us arguing back and forth about something. When I'm saying, go look at all the information and then come talk to me. I'm not even saying that I don't want to talk to you. I'm saying go look at all the information and then we can have a discussion. Mind you, I'm also telling you that I'm looking at the information still. You should not today. Yeah, I don't want to debate nobody. That's a fact. I'm not debating nobody. And that's why I'm not going to let nobody come in and tell me what I am, because I know what I am. And so that person wanted to tell me what I was because I won't listen to what they're saying because I know that there's more information. I don't want to be a go along to get along. And if that's what you want to do, I'm not judging. So that's not going to be it. You said you should not today debate people. Yeah, I'm not. I would debate later. Like I said, if everybody has the same information, then we could. But I'm not going to debate nobody based off of me telling you that there's something else that we could potentially be looking at that would make more sense. Like, let's figure out how we got to whatever it is that these people are trying to do. But if you're willing to just be deceived, then that's you. Shankar High, she said, you tell them, girl, you know who you are, and period. And God knows who I am too. So there's that. Again, he could have been giving the message himself. He ain't have to be in my channel. He could push record and play and tell us all the BS he wants. I wouldn't listen, but there's that. All right. So anyway, being too smart for your own good, because to me it said, when I asked myself the question about God. Like, why if we were all working together collectively, and then you came down, let's, change the people's direction and language. So it gave being too smart for your own good for me, right? Good morning. Thank you. So being too smart for your own good. They had knowledge, unity, and skill, but their goal was self-glorification, because they said, let's make a name for ourselves. So the combination becomes dangerous when there's no grounding, when there's no alignment. So confusion wasn't about punishing the people or making sure that the people, because God told us that we were geniuses. In the text, it literally says that nothing will be withheld from them if they do this. That's God saying that we're intelligent. We just were trying to do something that we, trying to seek God for ourselves instead of seeking God for ourselves. But it was a group of people doing the thing. So I don't know if I said that right, but anyway, do with that information what you will. So it was about interrupting misdirected power, which is even like now the things that they do. They're so hell bent on, let me do this, let me see this, let me say that, let me da 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 da. Too smart for their own good. Why does it seem like the more science got involved, or the more we evolved, the dumber we got, or the less we became? Does anybody pay attention to that? So there's a difference between wisdom and understanding, humility and alignment, and raw intelligence, ability without direction. So being too smart for your own good is really when your mind moves faster than your discernment. We out here just doing stuff. So people can argue anything, and this is what I just was saying with this, and this is the reason why I already said I'm not going to argue with you, because I wrote this yesterday. Literally wrote it yesterday. People can argue anything, even if it's wrong. They will just justify whatever it is they're saying for nothing. He was saying they would be able to, so whatever they set their minds to do. Yes. So anything past that point, y'all will be able to do. But basically, you wasn't supposed to be doing that, is what I gather. But anyway, people will argue anything, even if it's wrong. Mind you, people are not even willing to go look. I can tell you where it came from. You can go look it up for yourselves. You can go throughout the history and find out that this book was written thousands of years before that, and that these people took this out, and they still gonna argue with me about the book. I ain't it. Go argue with the nigga that wrote the shit. Go argue with your mama for giving you limited understanding. Go argue with God. I don't want to argue with you because I don't care that much. I'm going to go look. I don't have to care that you don't want to go and get any more information. I don't care that you could want to I don't have to care that you want to be a slave. I'm just not going to do it with you. So to me, it's not that serious, because as long as God talking to me about it and I'm listening and I'm asking for the truth, because that's what I'm asking for, I don't have to care that you don't want to care about it. And you're not going to force me to. And nobody's going to make me feel bad that I'm sitting up here trying to tell you that these people did this, and you want to argue to stay where you are. I don't know if y'all ever seen, I think it's Maze Runner before. Because this is a real human mind thing, right? Maze Runner, some people knew that there was more outside of what was happening. They just knew it didn't feel right. They knew that their body, their DNA, their remembrance knew that there was more outside of what these people put them in a fence and a gate. And they, have to live their life and figure out how to work together and this and the third. And other people, some of the people are in there saying, like, we could do that, but we could also go and see what's outside of that. Like, literally, something's not right. So anyway, long story short, in the Maze Runner, they figured out that there was many different civilizations inside of this maze. And so anybody that tried to get out, they had booby traps. They had all of this stuff that would deter you from trying to get outside of the actual construction of the maze and to stay in there. Literally, when these people, the people who knew that there was more and they decided to want to get outside of the maze, a bum ass nigga that wanted to be inside of the maze showed up and tried to kill everybody that wanted to be outside of the maze. So just because you want to live inside of the box and you want us to stay in here with you all nice and cushy, my spirit don't want to stay in here with you. My spirit wants to do what I was intended to come here to do. I don't want my spirit being restricted. So some of us are just different. And that's okay. Because if you want to stay in the maze, keep your ass in there. But don't try to stand in the midst of or try to kill nobody else that wants to get out. This place ain't right. Something is wrong. It's the great upside down. They teach you to be a good person, and then you realize all the bad people are winning. That's not the way it's supposed to be. It's based off of merit. You teach your children to grow up to be good people. Don't kill, don't steal, don't destroy. Meanwhile, the people that are killing, stealing, destroying are sitting in the seat of killing, stealing, and destroying. And fucking it up for the rest of us. Destroying the air. Destroying the environment. Does that not bother you? Because if it don't, stay in the maze. I don't like it. And I know the world is so much bigger and better than what it is. And I'm not going to let nobody entrap my soul or my spirit. You can do that. I'm not doing that. Anyway, so someone justifies harmful choices because they can. Now, part of also what I'm listening to in the old text, the Ethiopian Bible, is this. There have been multiple infractions, just like I'm telling you about the maze runner and the people who were that were running the test, right? The same people that are doing what they're doing right now. There was many times that God will send in a person to tell y'all and to, illuminate the system, light, and they will try to kill them. Mind you, the same way y'all keep talking about Jesus and everybody else, y'all didn't do nothing to help Jesus. Jesus came, gave y'all whatever it was that, Jesus was supposed to give y'all, and y'all still stood idly by and let them people do what they was going to do. This keeps being a thing. And God will talk to the people that, are in control at the time or whatever. And God will be telling these people, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. It's still their journey. And they still do it. In those texts and in those books, it will show you, and all of them, it will show you that this person came along in the name of God and they started talking to, people. And there was somebody that was above them, or somebody that thought that they was above them, a ruler or something, that told the people, get them, kill them. The people say, I'm following directives, because the king right here is never mind that it's billions of people around here, and we can all get together and collectively do the right thing. And I'm talking about biblical stories, mind you. It may sound like it's now, because it's now. Throw them in the pits and the fiery furnace. And they do it. The guards throw them in the fiery furnace. And God shows y'all that these people are protected by God. They just in here walking around like it's a cool day at the sauna. And y'all will still allow it to happen. Y'all don't have no discernment. Because y'all say y'all do, but meanwhile, every good thing that shows up that is trying to show y'all these people are not right, y'all won't care. Y'all are still listening to what the people are doing. How as we help Jesus Christ in the old times, but when can now in faith, prayer, and supplication. We can now by prayer and supplication. Or you can go back and read the old text, or you can go back and rewind this video. Because, I feel like you came in the midst of, and I love when y'all do that, and thank you for being here. But also, we too far in now. We like balls deep. And so at this point, you're going to have to rewind. So what does the creator think about Bitcoin? Yo, I love y'all. Anyway, let's go back. So, it's not about being less smart. It's about being grounded, discerned, aligned with truth, and not ego. Because intelligence, this is what I think he thinks, Rooster. Because intelligence builds things, but wisdom decides what should be built in the first place. That's what I think the creator thinks. write that in your handbook. Let me put it over here for you so that way you see it, okay? Because I am cracking up. This is what I think God thinks. So in the process of you coming in here, see how God be having a word for you? Look, right here. Look at that. That's what God thinks. Much respect on what you're doing. Thank you, Queen. I'm not saying nothing to change what you're saying. No, I'm just saying, like I said, I think that you kind of need to go back to the beginning so that way you know where we are. So then that way I'm not just, because again, we already balls deep, like, and so I wasn't saying nothing to you either because they know I done cussed some people out already. So I definitely wasn't being rude because I can do that, but I wasn't. Anyway, so this is the thing. If we're talking about idols and covenant, right? And so it's a whole going full circle thing. And it is the word that we were supposed to have, from the beginning, before somebody took anything out, right? Yeah, before anybody took anything out, right? And so some of the things, if we go back to the beginning and, thank you. If we go back to the beginning, it was about being in covenant, with God, because God existed before any of the books, right? And it is like, okay, so we got Jeremy, we got Chrissy, who else is in there? Rooster. All right, so suppose God comes down, like right now. It happens every day. So God gives us a message, right? And God gives us all the message, the same exact message. And I'm sure y'all played this game in school before. And then you're supposed to tell it to somebody else, and they're supposed to tell it to somebody else, and they're supposed to tell it to somebody else. And by the time it gets to, whoever, the last person, the message is totally different than what it was supposed to have been, right? Y'all ever played that game? Same scenario. So suppose we go back to, let's see, over here. We can go back to, like I said, I ask God for discernment about me, about the message. Like, I'm not trying to put myself in anything. All I'm trying to give y'all is what was already here and our due diligence as people in being knowledgeable. So if we know that God was God beforehand, then that's what's important. If we knew that we were given a pamphlet, a pathway beforehand, and then somebody came and corrupted it, again, there's good things in everything. There's bad things in everything. But some people made it so that it would benefit them and not you. And so if your destiny or your pathway is on the line, I'm doing my due diligence and making sure that your pathway is not on the line, because this could also be accountability. Something happened and you pull up to the, the holy kingdom, right? Or whatever, and whatever you call it, Jannah. And all of a sudden, they stop you at the great gates, right? Because, we got to get through the gates, right? Whatever gate there is. And all of a sudden you pull up and whatever your imagination is, or you walk into the holy halls and they're standing there and they say, what did you do on earth? What you do at earth school? And you be like, well, I followed every doctrine that they gave us, this and a third. And then they'd be like, what doctrine was that? This, right? And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are, then came up into the holy halls and they said, we followed the doctrine. Well, did you know there was more, right? And the people who are before the internet, I'm sure they may have gotten a pass, because, it was kind of harder to go to a library and look up something, and then this book being clear across country, and then this book being clear across country. But once the internet came and we was able to zoom information, now you become more accountable, because now you can actually look up some stuff, but also more accountable. And, we got to still be mindful of the information in the text that's being given there, because even when somebody translated it, whoever translates it based off of their knowledge, their perception. So if I translated it, I could still mess up a word. If Chrissy translated it, she could still mess up a word, because again, some words don't translate over. So I got to just give y'all the best. I think I mean this. It could potentially be the same, but it's not the same. So that's actually a real thing too, right? But anyway, so now you pull up to the holy halls or to the holy, driveway or whatever, and they saying, well, at one point in time, you could say that, the holy text was, whatever your holy text is whatever it is, and it's more. But we just gonna get that. Whatever your holy text was and is, you only listen to that. And it didn't dawn on you, nothing in there made you think extra and want to go search nothing. Okay, well, we got too many people in this line. Hold on, because now it's 3 billion people that came up here, and everybody got the same excuse that, whatever the text was is the text. And so now King James, you over here, and you got all these people over here that keep coming up here that is saying that you gave them the text, and this is what you gave them, knowing that you took this out. Okay, we're going to have to send somebody. We're going to have to send somebody to correct this because, and we're going to send Chrissy, we're going to send Jeremy, we're going to send Rooster, we're going to send all these people because literally we got to, something ain't adding up. And now we got to let these people in because of the fact that, it ain't really their fault. But now Rooster just told somebody, because Rooster came in here talking about Bitcoin and this, that, and the third. Rooster get up here and he asked the right question, because remember, they said you got to ask the right question. Whether or not that was the right question or the wrong question, I don't know. Point of it is he started asking other questions, right? All right, so then God drops a word, and Rooster tell Rooster, this is where you're going to go look up that, because this is what God meant. This is what they meant about money, things of this nature. This is what was important. And then Rooster goes and find out that, okay, hold on, y'all. It's a covenant about, coins, or there's a covenant about gold and silver that we didn't see. And Rooster goes and finds the text that, King James put out. And Rooster now finds that, hold on, why would King James give us this? And then Rooster starts to do the history as to, the times and this, that, and the third. Rooster finds out that, whatever King James was doing back then, it benefited King James to, do this, put out this version. Meanwhile, King James knew the real actual truth. And now Rooster is being told that he got to go say whatever he got to say to correct that. Now, the people are going to say, because in the text it says people are hard-headed. It literally says that. They not going to listen. The text says that. A billion-year-old text knows that y'all not going to listen, that y'all going to be hard-headed and y'all not going to listen, right? But Rooster still has to tell the story the way that it is, because this is what they told Ezekiel. To the tune of when he told Ezekiel in just the word eat it. Like, don't remember it, don't memorize it, don't sing it, don't nothing. He said eat it. Make it inside of you. When God sent Ezekiel back, Ezekiel couldn't speak. God made it so that Ezekiel could only talk when God told him to talk. Which then made people start to pay attention, because when people started to pay attention, because, Rooster could just be out here talking any given time to anybody. When you can't talk and people are waiting for a word from you, or people are needing something, when you do talk, they line their seats up and they stop being hard-headed, and they be like, oh shit, this nigga is talking. Let me go see what Ezekiel is with Rooster over here talking about. Let me pull up a seat. And so God made it so that Ezekiel could only say certain words at certain given times. And then Ezekiel learned something else. After he was doing that, then all of a sudden he was doing sign language and some other stuff, because he started explaining to people things, like he started lining this up. Like, this is going to happen. Like, if we don't listen to this, we're going to be embarrassed because we ain't going to be able to eat, and whatever it was. All right, so take it how it resonates. Now it is ascension time, because you were only given that at one point in time, but now you're being given other stuff, and it's up to you to listen or don't. My spirit ain't gonna suffer. Good morning, son. My spirit ain't gonna suffer because you don't want to listen. I'm doing what I said. Actually, and it's funny that you say that, because I'm everything. I'm every woman, and does it matter? And it's funny that you would say that. Because why do I have to be that? Because I'm sitting here with my scarf on? You don't know no Christians that cover either? You don't know no other religions? This is why I keep telling you, y'all don't want to listen. Y'all want to point fingers. You're part of the people. So you here because you only want to be nosy. You're not here because you're really trying to listen to anything. Exactly. How is she Muslim? She just knows better. I can be everything. And because when I sat down here, I literally said, it's not about nobody's religion. But this is what you're going to say. So anyway, let me go back up here and talk to y'all, because, you know, Christy, for some reason, you getting ready to give me the vibe like I really am about to kick your ass out, because you keep trying it. Like, look, give me some tissue. You keep trying it on a level where you is a bot. Like, literally, you are... I ain't gonna be disrespectful to you. I'm gonna just kick you out. So by the time I get down to the next statement, I'm probably gonna kick your ass out, because you just are dumb. So entertainment purposes only, but I really think she's stupid. And so God know I think you stupid too, so I'm gonna just tell you. Because clearly you want to argue about Bible and everything else. You want to be seen. And I told you I don't argue with people's kids. You's a fucking weird bitch. He said, "What does the creator think about Bitcoin?" And she said, "LOL Rooster," because she wants to, you know, again, like I said, she probably gonna get her ass kicked out. Then thank you, son. Jeremy, Queen, I'm not saying nothing. Much respect to what you're doing. Thank you. Because intelligence build things, what I just told y'all, because intelligence build things, but wisdom decides what is to be built in the first place. And I came in late. Yes, thank you. That's what she said, Jeremy. Why are you talking to everybody? Let me go to her page real quick, because let me see what this bitch is over here talking about. Because this she be one of the people. Like, I don't like her energy. You giving me weird ass fucking vibes. Like, you was not the fucking moderator of the fucking I got moderators, bitch. Nothing. This channel doesn't have any content. Just a lot of nothing. Fucking weird asshole. Anyway, you're welcome, everyone. Show some love and give her some likes, please and thank you. I appreciate you guys. That makes sense. I'm here for now. Thank you. Go Queen. So Rooster said, "You are fortunate and blessed to be a voice with social media technology that was once frowned upon, but now you are thriving financially with it. Bitcoin is the next big thing to the internet. Entertainment purposes only." Thank you, Rooster, but ain't Bitcoin old and doing, you know, dives and things of that nature? But anyway, so if you're doing well on Bitcoin, super chat, super stickers, all that is welcome. So thank you. Put your money where your mouth is, please and thank you. I appreciate it. God keep this queen going to help people know better than you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Jeremy. Do you go to some kind of church building? What name is on it? Just curious. See, that's what I'm saying. It's this hoe. This is it. God is where God is, and you keep trying it in a way that just, like I said, I'm gonna just put you on mute, matter of fact, after I read everything. So you better get out everything that you need to say. You better get it out now, because when I get down to the bottom, I done already came to the conclusion that your bitch ass is going on mute. So just know that. Cause shut your ass up. What do you feel about the book of Enoch? Why is the book not out like that? King James. Exactly. We was talking about the book of Enoch. So the book of Enoch is a part of the Ethiopian text, and this is the reason why we're going back to the beginning. God is God before any of these books, any of these texts, and they felt like that they were able to take them out. So even to the tune of Christy and her bitch ass, entertainment purposes only, went all the way to give me a scripture to tell me that we don't get to pick and choose. But meanwhile, her bitch ass is sitting under a book that picked and choose for her. So she likes to be a bot, and she likes to be, you know, under, you know, other people that are more powerful than her. So she likes to be a slave. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. Why is it that the text from the Ethiopian Bible, which was here beforehand, yeah, I was. It said, "Oh, see over here." That's why I gotta say entertainment purposes only, because TikTok will give you a infraction for bullying bitches, and I was, because guess what? They ain't lied. This is the first time I got an infraction for actually doing the thing that I was doing. So your life contains themes that may find some people feel uncomfortable and has been restricted, reason, harassment, and bullying. Yup, sure was. They ain't lied. Definitely did. So either way, people that belong here will be here, and I don't even care that I bullied your bitch ass. because you was over here trying to be weird. So there's that. And I don't know if it's bullying or whether or not the fact that I said bitch ass and bitch ass ain't bullying actually, but you know, you're bitch ass. So if it's bullying, then yeah, I'll be accountable for it. Anyway, so right, there are older Bibles than King James, exactly, period, and that's what we talking about. I think this beautiful black queen has a light about her. Lord, keep her working for this. I'm trying, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna not be distracted because, you know, people be trying to say whatever they trying to say. But ain't nobody, see, that's what I'm saying. Out here trying to speak for people, ain't nobody asked this hoe nothing. But mind you, every fucking thing she keeps saying is pertaining to me and my business and not her and her dumb ass fucking wanting to go read nothing. And so this is what I be saying about the internet also. The internet will allow people to say whatever the hell they want to say, but then when I say something back, then I'm bullying. She's a fucking bot. Exactly, Jeremy. The devil was busy on some people, and it is. Alright, so yeah, alright, bitch. You're out. So we gonna put your ass. Matter of fact, let me just get you off my channel. I'm gonna make you go get a whole motherfucking page, bitch. Because you one of them bitches. I know you'll go get a whole nother page to come fucking stalk me. So we just gonna kick your whole ass out. Because I'm tired of people like you. You're fucking weird. Anyway, now back to everybody else. She's gone. And she gonna work extra hard. The bitch will be back. Same energy, same everything. They do the exact same thing. And most of the time I just put people on mute. But for some reason, this person wants to speak for my channel. I don't fucking know this hoe. I like what you, but could the language be cleaner? It could be, but God know I be cussing, so you ain't wrong. It definitely could be. Anyway, let's go back over here. It definitely could be. So, this is the thing that I was looking at today. So we're going to go back because literally this has been a great deception. All right. So anybody that likes AI, I like AI. For all intents purposes, AI is good. And for all intents purposes, AI is bad, right? Here come another one. Linda, I do. And so I'm going to just put you on timeout from the beginning because you waited until I started talking about something else. Like, y'all come over here. I don't care about y'all trying to troll because I troll you back. So we're going to put you on timeout, ho. I'm going to put you on timeout for 10 minutes because you ain't, you know, I just know you one of them energy. So we put you on timeout. I am, but I laugh because I think it's actually funny. That's the part they don't know, because the bots and the trolls will come over trying to, you know, do what they're doing to get me off the internet. But meanwhile, they don't realize I troll back and I think they're funny. So, you know I shouldn't play with them, but sometimes it's good to have a good time. Laughter is good for the soul. All right, so we're going to go back to where we were. So this is the thing. Over here, I like AI for all intents purposes. Everything that's like people good, bad, ugly, or indifferent, right? So in everything there's good and everything there's bad. So this morning when I was doing the other part of the message, because the other thing, keep that beautiful smile going. Thank you. For yesterday I was doing the thing about the Tower of Babel and everything else. So this morning I asked about Jacob, right? Because in the Ethiopian Bible, it says that Jacob is God's first son. God claimed Jacob, right? So y'all can go read the text. It's in the book of Jubilees, right? And again, it could be for whoever wrote the book, for whoever translated it, okay? But this is the story of Rebecca when God told her that 2 sons will come from her womb. Esau came first, Jacob came second. Esau would have actually had the birthright, but entertainment purposes only. It was explained through the Bible that Esau stole Jacob's inheritance, his birthright. But that's not true. The Ethiopian Bible that comes first says that God, before these two even existed, God told Rebecca that Esau will be his first son. Now, for all intents purposes, before Israel, and I don't know, during the time, but Israel is Jacob. Jacob is Israel. Israel gave me DNA. Israel could be a place actually on earth, but Israel is also a chosen people. Now, for a person to only get the second part of the text, and then they hear that Jacob stole from Esau, that's not true. That would put a bad taste in somebody's mouth. It would make somebody think that Jacob was a bad person. They even worded it saying that he was hungry, he wanted some stew, da 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 da, and so this is how he took it. That's not true. The fact that they did that after the text that was there, the original text says this, and then they changed it. Who gave them the authority to change it? A book that was already written way before they got here. Entertainment purposes only. This is where man starts to insert themselves and they start to translate. Go look it up for yourself. I was sitting online. It's a whole video that I did. It was on Friday, I think, but you can actually go look it up for yourself. And mind you, even during that day, as I'm reading it, I'm saying it could still be the translation, but we have to remember that the Ethiopian book came first. That means that somebody else started translating after the fact, and this is what they said. But mind you, even one part of the text stayed right, because somebody even in text said that they were fighting. Rebecca wanted to know what was happening because Esau and Jacob was, doing a little rumble tumble in her belly. So she called on God and asked God, what are they doing? And God told her 2 nations will be formed from her womb. Mind you, all of the texts agree on that, but they don't agree on the fact that God gave Jacob the blessing beforehand. And in most cases, most people would think that the firstborn is the one that is given. Nobody sees or nobody saw. Why would nobody think that Esau was trying to beat Jacob, out of the womb? They was fighting in there. And just because Esau was born first, he would have been given the blessing. But why nobody saying that Esau stole? Why are they not telling the story the way it was written in Ethiopia? I don't know. Either way, it's there. Go look it up. So, what I asked was, I said, why did God say that Jacob will be his first son? Because to me, that rang like y'all are calling Jesus God's son. And some texts don't say that Jesus is God's son, because the Quran, they don't believe that. They believe that Jesus was a prophet. Mind you, again, Ethiopian book written first. So even when I'm listening and they're saying that God is a frequency and that the actual Ethiopian Bible, and I don't know what I was listening to, but literally I heard it, and I know I heard it, was saying that it should have been in song. The Quran is in song. Okay, so here we go. Hold on 1 minute, Jeremy. I'll go over there in 1 minute. So I asked that, right? You know what chat told me? Because again, this is where I went to, because I was getting ready to get everything together, because I didn't even know I was coming here today, because technically I say I don't Monday through Friday, but apparently it's Sunday through Friday, because Saturday is the rest day. But mind you, the days could potentially be off, because remind you, entertainment purposes only, remember I told y'all that it's supposed to be 364 days is what's written in the Ethiopian Bible. They changed it to 365, but also during a period of time, and you can go look this up, entertainment purposes only, 10 days became missing. One day you went to sleep and it was the 14th or the 5th or something, and you woke up, it was the 10th, because somehow Easter had changed. But if you look at the Ethiopian Bible, it tells you that if they kept the days the way they were supposed to be, every year, each date would fall on the same exact day. Everything. If they kept it to 364. But man came along and, they were smarter, or wanted to be smarter than God, is what they're, initiated. And so now this is where the seasons get messed up. Mind you, the book already prophesied that everything would be off if they did this. But of course, they're not going to give you that text that says that. Why would they give you that? because then you would know better. I'm not the one saying it. Go look at the text. It's there. I love the tween. That's so intelligent, like you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But you know, not me. I didn't do it. All I'm doing is telling you what's there. What about the women of God like Esther? Why doesn't anyone talk about them like Rebecca as well? I'm listening to what you're talking about right now. I'm glad I'm here for this. Actually, I think what is that? Which one of the stories? I don't have them right here, but I think one of my favorite stories, one of my favorite things, anyway, in the book, in the Bible, is when it says a virtuous woman. I love that. Like, literally, because when I was growing up, you had to wear slips and things of that nature. Like, my grandma was not with that. Like, your clothes, you're not fully dressed if you don't have on a slip and some other stuff, okay? So, like, you know, it's a different moment in time. But this is the thing. If we're in covenant, if we're in under covenant with God, this is before the books came about. I don't want to argue with nobody about a book. Because if we're on the same side and we're talking about God, then that means that initially, going back to the Tower of Babel, that's the thing that I always use. Even when I was going to Christian church, grew up Christian, I kept always referencing that tower. Because that's when everything changed for everybody. But also knowing, God not saying we weren't intelligent. That's not what God was saying. It was just that, what do we do? What do we do with the information that is there? Because I wrote it right here. I wrote it there for a reason. It says, where we at? Dang, it's a lot of conversations in here. Should I passed it? Because intelligence builds things, but wisdom decides what should be built in the first place. Like, we can argue over anything. We done already established that. But the key is that it's going to take all of us to know that this came from the original thing. And I'm not even pushing the Ethiopian Bible on nobody. That's not even it. It's not no book that I'm pushing on anybody. What I'm saying is, if God is God before any of the books existed, and then people came along to start, you know, maneuvering and doing and this, that, and the third, that's the part where we have to pay attention to, because what did they take from us? What did they try to maneuver out of our hands and put into their own? That's the key. So I'm not going to argue with nobody about no books. I'm not going to argue about your Quran. I'm not going to argue with your Bible. I'm not going to argue that. Not my place. All I'm saying is, these existed before this, and so why did they feel the need to be able to give you why did they want to feed you what they wanted to feed you? Who benefited from that? Who benefited from you being a slave? Period. So, entertainment purposes only. Let's see. What else do we have here? So, firstborn, so chat was telling me that wasn't there, right? But that's a lie, because I knew it was there. I read it, right? So it goes through all these things and everything else. And then I say, in the book of Jubilees, that's exactly what it said, because I know I read it and I know where it came from, right? So then this thing says, I get what you're referring to. The book of Jubilees does use stronger, more direct language about Jacob being chosen. And it could sound like God calling him his first son. But the key is how the book is written and understood. And that's the case, because literally I'm also taking that into account, right? But who is this? Because the same way I'm taking that into account, that the translation, I'm also taking into account that this right here, this AI system is built by the same man or the same people, entertainment purposes only, that want to keep us deceived and held down. Who benefits from us being a slave? Yes, the slave master. Exactly. But God is also telling us, if we go look at the book, that we're going to be out of covenant, because they're going to do that. It's a prophecy telling you that, a prophecy, something being foretold, that if you follow these people's ways, you're going to be led to destruction. It's already been there. All right. So then I said that, and then it, you know, confirms what I said, right? So then it goes to all these other things. So I said, I don't care that it's not part of the Bible, because what it started to do is this. I said, I don't care that it's not part of the Bible. I care that it was written first, right? Because this is the thing, because we're dealing with the people right now, and this is why I keep telling y'all, even in history, they're being able to destroy the history because everybody wants to stop at this moment in time. Oh, let's go to 1942. No, there's times before 1942. What happened before that? They keep wanting to enslave your mind and stop you at a certain point in the time. Why? It only benefits them. So if I ask you to give me the oldest written text, why would the AI only start with the Bible? They know the Bible's not the oldest written text. It's like I got a book over here that talks about the building of the property that's at the White House. And I told y'all the White House is on stolen land, right? Entertainment purposes only. The book is right here. The book starts at a certain period in time. That's not when it started. The land was occupied before then. So why do you feel the need to want to take me only to this part that benefits you? It don't benefit me to know that this white man was here, this, that, and the third. It benefits me to know that the indigenous people, the people from, over there, which is my people, it benefits me to know that. Have a wonderful day. Heading to work, Queen. Keep shining bright like the star I know you are. Thank you. The light of God Almighty, Jesus Christ, keeps the light on your life. Have, love you, Queen. Love you more. Have a wonderful day. So why does it benefit them to send you here? Okay, so that's why I told him. I don't care that the Bible was, I don't care that it's part of the Bible. I care what was written first. So then it proceeds to say, I hear what you're saying. You're focused on which text came first. And that actually says, not what later traditions accepted. Because this is a thing. These are later traditions. Your Bible, your Quran, your da-da-da Catholic, da-da-da-da-da. Entertainment purposes only. These are later. These are when people felt the need to be able to take something and move something away. But mind you, these are the first people that were here, the first people that were inspired and writing. They said it was inspired by God and the Holy Spirit. Well, why did the man think that they could take it from there? Who told them that, this is what you should be doing? They did. Anyway, so it says, Jubilees was not written before the Torah. The book of Jubilees was written around 150 to 100 BCE during the Second Temple period. Listen to what it's saying now. The book of Jubilee was written around 150 to 100 BCE during the Second Temple period. The stories about Jacob came from Genesis, because this is how it's getting ready to try to fake you out. The stories about Jacob came from Genesis, which is a part of the Torah and is much older in origin, even though it was compiled over time. So historically speaking, Jubilees is actually a later retelling interpretation, not the original source. What Jubilee is really doing, Jubilee rewrites Genesis and Exodus, adds additional details, explains in stronger wording, emphasizes law and order and who is chosen. So when it sounds like God saying Jacob is his firstborn, Jubilees is amplifying the idea of chosen statue, not introducing a brand new concept from scratch. Why the word feels stronger? Ancient writers often use son language to mean covenant, because remember, I'm talking about the covenant here. It's important. Covenant relationships, inheritance, being set apart. Same pattern, Israel, firstborn, Exodus, because Jacob is Israel. It's Jacob's DNA. Kings of sons, nations even described that way at times. The real question is underneath. It sounds like, okay, so anyway. So I said the Torah was not here before the Ethiopian Bible. And so it says, I see what you're saying. You're connecting the Ethiopian Bible with the idea that these texts, like Jubilee, was preserved earlier or more completely. That part is actually partially true. Okay, so now what you just did was you told me this, but now you're trying to tell me something else, right? You're welcome. So, they said facts. All right, so listen. That part is actually true. It's partially true, but we've got to separate a few things so that it's clear and accurate. The Ethiopian Bible does preserve older traditions. The Ethiopian Bible includes books like Book of Jubilees, Book of Enoch. These books were removed or not included in most Western Bibles. Preserved continuously in Ethiopia because they knew that these people was getting ready to come and do some weird shit. Good morning, Mike. So Ethiopia kept texts that others didn't. That's real. but preservation written first. Even though Ethiopia preserved Jubilees, historically Jubilees was written around 150, 100 BCE. The Torah Genesis, where Jacob's story come from, is older in origin. So Ethiopia didn't create those texts first. They protected and maintained them when others stopped using them. Okay? So what it means is, we're going to go past that. So when was the Torah written? So, and I think it says, when was the Torah written? So the Torah includes Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. It is where the story of Jacob comes from. So there isn't just one exact date, but scholars generally agree early traditions around 1,200 to 1,000. Now, ain't 150 before you get to 1,200? You get to 150 before you get to 1,200, right? That's what I thought. Anyway, so written and compiled around 1,000 to 500 BCE. So finally likely formed 500 BCE after the Babylonian exile. So that means the book of Jubilee was 150 years to 100 BCE, Torah hundreds of years earlier. But how is one before the other? I mean, not one before other, but how was 150 later than 1,200? Sometimes I feel like the black women are trapped in a white man's body filled with... Good morning, Mike. Let's see. So we're going to just delete you. Because why? Thank you, Mike. I didn't know you had deleted them. You had me thinking it was Monday and I overslept. No, well, you know I'm not supposed to be here, but I ended up being here, coming here, right? So that's how that ended up working. All right, y'all, we had to put somebody in timeout because they don't know what to say or do. So we got 2 people. We just ended up putting them in timeout. Anyway, so this is what I was going through this morning. All right, so it's telling about the time. Okay, so why would man come along and think they could change something? But hold on. How is 150 after 1,000? Because that's the first thing. Because literally it's telling me one came at 150 BCE and the other one came at 1,000 BCE. Like, it's not making sense. Exactly, it isn't. That's why this is why this needs to be clear. When I said Jubilees 150 through 100 BCE came after the Torah 1000 BCE, that's correct because BCE counts downward. Here's how it works. So they're saying it counts downward, and this came before this. Let me go over here and ask them, because literally this is where I have to always make sure, because then, you know, whatever. We got to get a second opinion on it, because they start doing the weird stuff, and I don't like that, because I told y'all Bing will actually lie to us, period. Chat will do whatever it wants to do here and there, and then so we have to get a second opinion. All right, so we're going to go to Google. All right, let's go to Google. And then we'll go to the next thing that I asked it after that. All right, paste, because this is what I wanted to know. Oh, hold on. Let me go right here, because I put it in there, but I didn't ask it anything. All right, we're going to ask this too. The chronological given in Jubilees is based off multiple of 7. The Jubilee year is... No, that's not what I'm asking either. All right, so let me go over here. Oh, that's fucking Bing. I told y'all Bing be lying automatically. Let me go to Google. I thought I was at Google, so we got to go for that. Mike, what I was saying to you was that I wasn't supposed to be here, and then for some reason this morning I got woke up. Well, yesterday I was on, you know, a period of learning and listening to this, and what God was basically telling me, and then getting caught up in having the Sunday to work. Sunday's the beginning of the work week, so I guess we starting today, because that's exactly why I ended up being here, because I was asleep Saturday, all Saturday. Was the Torah written first? All right, before, because what we need is a chronological of who came first. What was first? Was the Torah written before the Ethiopian Bible? And then go back. So it don't matter what was written first. We just need to know what was written first and what was taken out and what was put in. All right, that's the issue. God was here before all of that. That's the key. That's my thing. So whatever was first is what we need to know, what we need to see, what they did. It was the Torah written before the Ethiopian Bible? Because it says the Torah is the first book. So I don't know if that means that it was put together first. Yes, the Torah, the first 5 books of Hebrew, was written, compiled, and finalized centuries before the Ethiopian Bible. All right, so centuries before that. So that is the first one. Now, Ethiopian Bible was translated or assembled. The Torah was likely completed by 5th century BCE, while the Ethiopian biblical canon and its G's translation originated centuries into the Christian era, approximately 4th to 6th. Okay, so now we can go back over here, and I'm gonna put this over here because again, God was God before the books is what we're learning. And I'm gonna take it over here, and we're gonna put it over here. All right, right there, and then we can continue on what we're talking about. Because all the books, like I said, agree on a certain point. And they only got like 5. Well, I don't know how many they got. Let's see what they got in there. Because I think that what they do is just the beginning. So exactly, it's a time. It's exactly, that timeline is correct. So to put it clearly, Torah is written, compiled, likely completed 5th century BCE. Through traditions go back as far as 1000 BCE. Manuscripts, earliest physical copies like Dead Sea Scrolls date around 200 BCE through 100 CE. Context, Genesis, Deuteronomy, including the Tower of Babel story, is there. Because like I said, that's the beginning where I always hold on to that, because this is where the languages got misconstrued. All right, so then it goes to Ethiopian Bible, G's translation assembly, roughly 4th century CE, centuries after the Torah existed. Manuscripts, earlier surviving manuscripts like Jeremiah Gospels. All right, so let's see what they have in there. What books do the Torah have? And be mindful, because this is the exact same thing that we talked about the other day when I said sometimes is accounting, biblical accounts, or a diary. Like I wrote a diary and this is what I left in there. The Torah consists of 5 books. Okay, so this is why it got elaborated on. Also called the Pentateuch. There is a list in order. So we got Genesis, which is the beginning. We got Exodus, tells of Moses, the Israelite slavery, and in Egypt, and the Exodus, and given the 10 commandments. Leviticus contains the laws, rituals, priestly duties, and instructions for holiness. Numbers chronicles Israel's journey into the wilderness, census, and additional laws. Deuteronomy, Moses' speeches, reviewing the law before the Israelites entered the Canaan. And so this is where I think the other book picks up. And this is why I said one book feeds off the other. For some reason, this keeps being a thing, and this is what I keep seeing. So one thing shows up and then they don't finish, and then somebody else finishes, and then you see that it's being taken from. So that's the thing. Either way, God's still being God before any of this shows up. So let me ask this, because I want to know. I think these are all maybe this something similar throughout all of them. So they only have 5. Then they show up with 88. So that's the other thing. Then they go and take away from the 88 because Catholics have I don't know about the numbers. We're gonna go see. Hold on. And then I'm gonna see about the numbers, because like I said, I don't want to lie to y'all. I do not like lying to y'all. We need to figure out the timeline, because we have to remember that some ones of these people lived during the same exact time. So it's like you living with your grandfather, your great grandfather, and the people that were around. So it's not like a history of like if your grandfather died. No, it is the stories that are being passed down. So this is the reason why I'm saying know what's there initially, because regardless of the fact, why do they feel like they get to take away anything? So if the first 5 books was over here, and then you ended up with 88, I think is what it is, don't quote me on that, then you ended up with 88, and then all of a sudden you got reduced to, you know, this, and then reduced to that, because why? All right, so let's see. What is there the difference, if any? And mind you, still holding on to the fact that these people had to hide it, because otherwise these people would have started to manipulate, but these people came along later. So what is the difference, if any, between what was in the Torah and then when the Ethiopian Bible came? Or there, I don't know if there's any differences in what they said, or is there any differences in their first 5 texts as what they wrote, or did they write it exactly the same? That's what I want to ask. That's what I want to know. In the Ethiopian Bible, because again, like I said, I done heard different translations even of that when we was talking about it the other day, and depending upon who translated it, you still have to be careful. The Ethiopian Bible, Torah, and when the Ethiopian Bible came about, did they change any of the verbiage in those 5 texts? Those 5 books. Because this is what we need to know. Because nobody gets to rearrange and pick and choose. Nobody. All right, so it says the Torah versus the Ethiopian Bible, Torah Hebrew, written in Hebrew, which is also the part of the language barrier that we was talking about, compiled 5th century BCE, original wording preserved in manuscripts like the Dead Sea Scrolls. But ain't the Dead Sea Scrolls some of their stuff missing too? Ethiopian, so now we got to ask that question, because is that not a thing? Because I could have swore growing up I've seen that. Those are the scrolls they pulled out of the walls, correct? Somebody tell me. I'll look it up too. But anyway, Ethiopian Bible translation translated into G's centuries after, roughly 4th to 6th century. Literally wording, yes. Translations always change the words. Excuse me. G's is a completely different language from Hebrew, so exact phrasing difference, meaning context, scholars agree to the core meaning, and narratives remain intact. So it looked like the wording, the translation, again, Tower of Babel, back to the beginning. So God was God before the text. God was God before the text. We have to be mindful that in the midst of things being moved around or things not being able to translate over, the covenant that you are in under with is God, not the books. And I'm gonna keep saying that. So then it says, meaning, context, scholars agree the core meaning and narrative remain intact. Fully example, creation story, Abraham, Jacob, Israel, Joseph, Exodus, and the laws all appear as in the Torah. Minor differences. Some verses have slightly expansions or clarifications. So often due to translation choices, linguistic conventions, and G's, G-E-E-Z, influence from extra text known in Ethiopian, like the Jubilees or Enoch. Numbers and dates. All right, so this is the thing. If we got Because again, as somebody growing, just like what I said about the Quran, the thing that issue that I have about the Quran is this: as long as people are going to be here, people can be used, as a prophet. Go look up a prophet. And so what it says is that this person is the last prophet, but also it talks about idols, because this is why I came, the idols, right? So when we look up idols, and I'm gonna look it up for you, so then that way y'all can know. And these are all things, look it up for yourself. And I'm saying have discernment. Everybody. And I'm going to go back and read that too, just so y'all know. The definition of an idol. The definition of an idol is a physical object or image that is worshipped as God. Anything or anyone that is excessively admired, loved, or revered, often replacing God in importance. Synonyms: image, graven image, false god, object, or worship obsession. In biblical context, an idol is anything that takes the place of God in your devotion, whether a statue, an object, or even a desire or pursuit. All right, so now up here it says, thank you. It says, in the biblical and spiritual sense, an idol is any object, image, or thing that people worship or revere instead of God. It can be physical or abstract. Then it says, physical idols, statues, images, or figures representing God or humans thought to be divine. Examples in the Bible are golden calves, Exodus 32, carved images, or temples. Spiritual or abstract, anything people put before God in devotion or priority. Examples: money, power, fame, pleasure itself, or yourself. Even ideas or systems become idols if they replace God as ultimate authority. Again, books being put before God. Because I said, if I tell y'all something and I pass it down, I'm going to tell Charlie there, and then Charlie going to tell somebody else, somebody going to tell somebody else, somebody going to tell somebody else. It loses the translation, and I'm sure everybody played that game in school. This is the reason why they did it with us, so then that way we would know. This is why we have to go back before. So even if we arguing who came here first, whether or not it was this, the Torah, the Ethiopian Bible, the Bible, however the order is, don't matter. The fact of the matter is, God was God before that. God is going to be God after that. The issue comes in when people are collectively arguing amongst each other. My way is better because, I'm this, I'm, Christian, I'm Muslim, I'm Catholic, I am Jewish, I am this, I am that, I am all these things, right? When in the beginning, there was God. In the beginning, there was one language. For all intents purposes, in the beginning, everybody was focused on God. And then it became this being better, this being more, this being take away, this being corrupted, this being this, that, and the third. But also nobody paying attention to the fact that God was God before. The covenant is between you and God. And if you can have discernment on me as a person, because like I said, don't believe nothing I'm saying. Go look it up for yourself. Whether or not the time is right, whether or not it's the fact that, because I still don't even know. We using this right here, but I still don't know, because I told y'all they like to pull up things for a certain period of time. They like to hide stuff and sweep it under the rug and show it for a certain point of time. Just like when I pulled this up and I asked it a certain thing, it was mixing up this timeline, that timeline, but also it's like you having the equivalent of Adam and Eve being here. Adam doesn't die, entertainment purposes only, until I think 900. When did Adam die? Depending upon the Jubilees. Because this is the thing. In the Ethiopian Bible, they start to count the Jubilees. But everybody else didn't. Ethiopia is on a different timeline than we are. The Jubilee for the Catholics was either last year or the year before. They just had it. If we all started here at the same time, how was that happening? if nothing existed, God created, because if we go back to the book of Genesis and all the stories of Genesis, and we can use the Torah now since the Torah was the first one, what did the Torah say in the book of Genesis? Because when I read the Ethiopian book of the Genesis, which I just did on Friday in front of everybody, it said he created woman and man at the same time. And then later on, it goes back to say that in a couple phrases down, it says that Adam was alone. How was Adam alone if you created woman and man? But meanwhile, maybe she wasn't made for him. But it says that. And again, if you don't know and you're lacking some information, it's a lie by omission, because, you know, they don't want to tell you this, that, or the third. I don't know. Anyway, so creation of the world, God created the heavens and earth, light, sky, land, plants, animals, humans in 6 days. Genesis 2. Humanity is made in God's image. 127. 2. The first humans, Adam and Eve, are the first. No, I don't want to know that. I want to know what exactly does it say. What does it say exactly? For the creation in the beginning in the Torah. Let's see. Because it wants to give me a timeline. I don't want a timeline. What did it say exactly? So 1 through 31. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God said, the light that was good. God saw that the light was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the day light, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. 6 says, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Let it divide the waters from the waters. Oh, that's what it said too. It said something about, okay, same. I think that's what it said. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament, which this says exactly what they said. And that was the first time I heard that, because that's not what that's not what the Bible was saying. But when I heard it from them, when we did it the other day, divided the firmament from the firmament. And it was so. Mind you, now I'm seeing the Netherlands, y'all, which is another thing, because of people arguing back and forth. The Netherlands, there's a guy that then popped up on my timeline, and he's showing fucking caves inside of cave systems, but inside of the cave systems, there is plumbing. How is there a plumbing system inside of a cave system? But mind you, if you go look at it, because I think I shared it, it is showing, I want to see if they say the same thing, but the way they separated the firmament, as above, so below. Like when God created the up, he also created the down. So that's the thing. And then apparently Norway is showing stuff like that, because once this starts happening, all of a sudden my timeline starts to show me a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. So when God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and so it was. And so God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And this is exactly what they're saying, said, because I remember that part. And God said, the dry land, earth, and gathered together of the waters called the seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass and herb yielding seed, and the fruit trees yielding fruit trees after his kind, those seeds, whose seeds in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seeds and his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seeds was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And in the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. And this is saying exactly what they said. And this is the thing. This is what I would expect to happen. If this was first, anything that comes after that, I would expect for it to be written the same exact way. Like, don't change nothing. Like, who do you think you are? So this is saying the exact same thing that other book is saying too. The passages that I read from the Ethiopian Bible. And the evening and the morning were the third day, and God said, let there be lights. Hey, welcome, thank you for being here. Hi, Isaac. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament in the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let there be for signs and for seasons, 4 signs, 4 seasons, and 4 days and years, and let 4 days and years, and let them be for the lights of the firmament of heaven, and give lights upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them forth in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life, and fowl that may fly above the earth, and open the firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which waters brought forth. I think on the other one it said creatures, something about, I don't know, but I think those words got changed somewhere in there. Abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after every kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters and the seas, and let the fowl multiply on the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, creeping thing, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and the cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. Now, see, this is also one of the things that I also started to notice, because then it started using words like our and we and they is what I also noticed. So they're doing it too. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all of the earth, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God made man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female created he them. Says the same thing. Now y'all heard that, because this is where, even the other day I said, he created man and woman. But then listen to what happens later. And somebody was in the chat the other day, and they were saying something about a little science experiment, entertainment purposes only, but I ain't going into that, because again, unless there's another text that is either older than this or comes after this and explains it, then I don't know. But if the timeline is the Torah, then the Ethiopian Bible, then whatever, I expect for it to fall in line and say the similar thing. Not you now get to adjust, but literally word for word, this right here is the same, because I heard it there. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female created he them. That's 2, male and female. Then it says, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb seed which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air, and everything that creepeth upon the earth, where is life. I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th day. Now, Genesis 2, 1-3. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all of the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he made, and the rest on the seventh day from all his work and that he made. And God blessed on the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had restored from his work which created and made. So now, listen. Because man and woman in the Torah, because this is where this status came from, and again, loosely translated because, whatever. The Torah says this, the Ethiopian Bible says this, right? Now, let's go to the next part, because there's something that's happening that if it's the same as what was in the Torah, y'all gonna hear. Thus, my reasoning, God is God before any of this came about. Because somebody translating something, maybe it didn't get translated over properly. But you're not going to be able to just wipe away something and I not question, why didn't I get this? Wasn't I given it? Why did you feel the need to be able to move it? So let me see what happens next. What happens next? So what happens next? It says, after the creation of the world and humanity, the Torah continues in Genesis 2-3, detailing creation of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, and the first human disobedience. Here's exactly what happens next according to the Torah, Genesis 2:4, 3-324, without interpretation, right? Now, it says 4-25, Adam, Eve, and the Garden of Eden. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made earth and heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, where he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant in the sight and good for food, the tree of life, also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison, that is it which compasseth, the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is Bolivium and the onyx stone. Oh, that reminds me. I was supposed to tell y'all about some stones. Onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gideon. The same is that whatever that is. Compasseth. It's the way they say it with the th on the end. Compasseth. I don't have a list, maybe. The whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goeth towards the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates, right? It says, and the Lord God took a man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Oh, of every tree in the garden thou mayest freely eat, but the tree of knowledge and good and evil thou shalt not eat of, for the day that thou hast eaten, thou shalt surely die. And the Lord God said, It is not good that man shall be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. And out of the ground the Lord formed every beast of the field and every fowl in the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whosoever Adam called every living creature, that was named thereof. And Adam gave names to the cattle and to the fowl of the air and every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helpmeet for him. But mind you, it says up there that he made them at the same time. So something is either off with the translation or it is the insert. It's like the details of. So same thing that's in their Bible, same thing that's over here, but it's off. Something ain't adding up or making sense. Again, it could just be the simple fact of the translation, and I told you this and I passed it on down, and then you said it and it passed on down, you said it and passed on down, but this ain't adding up because ain't no way. Even if you said he made man and woman he made, somewhere in there would have been, you know, a little detail or something, but because he shouldn't have been by himself if you made them at the same time. That's what it says. And, you know, a person may say, well, it meant, no, this is what you said. So anyway, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept and took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh inside thereof. And a rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto the wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, and man and his wife, and were not ashamed. And so then, if it goes to the next part, I'm going to tell y'all again, this is where y'all have to know that God was God before any of these things came along, because this ain't adding up. But mind you, this is the same thing, and I said it about the Ethiopian Bible, and you would rather want to know what is there, what was originally there, because whoever was writing and whoever was translating was definitely manipulating, because it's not adding up, and I'm going to tell y'all why. I already gave y'all the first one. So now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, yeah, hath God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. This is the first thing. It says, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yeah, hath God said, ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden. That right there is a lie and a whole infraction all on its own. And again, it could just be the way they're translating it here. So I don't want to say that, you know, anything other than God was God before this came about. Because after we get down to the nitty gritty of a thing, it tells you that it had to be something else other than a serpent. Because what was it before it became a serpent? Because the punishment was it being a serpent. That was the punishment. So why are you telling me that now a serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made? And he said unto the woman, yea, have God said, ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God said, ye shall not eat of it, nor shall ye touch it, lest ye shall die. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for God does know that the day ye eat of thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good of food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and did eat. And the eyes of both of them were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of God walking in the garden on a cool day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called upon Adam and said unto Adam, where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou should not eat? And the man said, the woman whom thou gavest me, she gave me the tree. This part gets on my nerves every time. She gave me the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly, that's how I became a serpent. Upon thy belly, because snakes be on the belly, not unless the snake was walking and talking. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise thy heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception in sorrow. Thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, because thou have hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and have eaten of the tree of which I command thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles will bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat of the herb of the field, and thy sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread, till thou return into the earth. For out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and until dust thou shalt return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also unto his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin and clothe them. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he be put forth his hand and take out of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man he placed in the east of the garden, Eden, cherubims, and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Now, hold on, because this is also some other stuff. What happened next? Because it don't make sense. But mind you, it's the same thing. So again, if Torah came first, is what they're saying, and then the Ethiopian Bible is mirroring this, which you would think that if the Torah came first, then it should be what they wrote, and then what they wrote to the T, right? Because it would make sense. Not unless, somebody was backtracking and correcting. So now it says, and Adam knew Eve, his wife. Knew means, they had a thing for you, baby. And Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Excuse me. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground and offered unto the Lord, and Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his stock and fat thereof, and the Lord had respect unto Abel and in his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is their countenance falling? If thou doesn't well, shalt thou not be accepted, and if thou does not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desires, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and came to pass when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and he slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And said, I am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of the brother's blood crieth from the ground, and now art thou cursed, and the earth which has opened up its mouth and received thy brother's blood from the hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforward yield unto her strength, and fugitive and a vagabond shall lie on the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from the face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and shall come to pass that even that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him in sevenfold. And the Lord shall set a mark upon Cain, lest anyone finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod in the east of Eden. Now, the Ethiopian Bible don't say this. It says this, but it inserts other stuff. So let me see if I can pull this up. So what does it tells you something that I was telling you that is a little strange. What does the Ethiopian Bible say about this part? Now hopefully it what does the Ethiopian Bible say about, oh, yeah, about this part. Because what it says is that he knew his wife, and then somehow they got taken back into the Garden of Eden. What does it say about this part? Let me see if I can pull it up, because I literally just read this Friday, just so y'all know. It says, here's how the Ethiopian Bible presents the same story of Cain and Abel based on the 4:1:16. The content is essentially the same as the Torah, because the Ethiopian Bible preserves the chronicle Genesis throughout the wording different slightly due to the translation. And remember, again, whoever translates it is saying the same thing, but this is not what it says. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what it says right here, but that's not what I read on Friday. It says Adam knew Eve his wife, and she bore Cain, saying, I have acquired a man from the Lord. She bore again his brother Abel. Abel kept sheep, but Cain was the tiller of the soil. In time, Cain brought an offering from the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock and the fat portions. The Lord accepted Abel and his offering, but he did not accept Cain and his offering. Cain became very angry, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? Why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do well, sin lies at the door, same as the other one. You will rule over it. Cain spoke with Abel, his brother, when they were in the field. Cain rose against Abel, his brother, and killed him. The Lord said to Cain, where is your brother Abel? He replied, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? God said, what have you done? The voice of your brother cries from me in the ground. God cursed Cain from the ground, which had opened to receive his brother's blood. He would be a wanderer and a fugitive on earth. Cain said, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Whoever finds me will kill me. The Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. Cain went out from God's presence and lived in the land of Nod of Eden. Now, this would be great, right? If this is exactly what it says. But this is, let me see. I'm going to put it over here, because literally it would be like basically copy and paste the same exact thing. But that's not what I read. In the process, you know, it could also add a little extra more context. I could even see that. But the issue is when, what is this? I don't know where this came from, but it says, can you tell me what happened? The top, do they believe in Cain and Abel's story? This is exact data Ethiopia. What does this mean? One wisdom has, oh, I don't know. This must have been some other stuff that I was asking, but we're going to put this over here. Is this what this says? What does the Ethiopian Bible say? And only reason why we're going through this, because again, what I'm telling you is that God was God before any of this came about. Translations could be wrong, people could be wrong, it could be passing down this, that, or the third to, you know, whoever is trying to benefit or gain from it. But we should still know what is being said, because again, taking something from here and people removing information. All right, so okay, so let me see if I can find, maybe I'm not going to ask that, because you got to remember to ask the right thing. About, I'm going to ask it, what does it say about the Garden of Eden? But we have to remember about the translations, as always, because communication, this is how we got here. Communication, but your covenant being with God, not with a book or a man. That's what we standing on. But we just gonna look at what it says anyway. Say about Adam and Eve getting kicked out of the garden. So anyway, about the stones, right? So it was going back talking about the buildings, like how everything, because we're talking about idols and things of that nature, and covenant, because again, God being God before, God being God after. Whatever the people put into the system, whatever, you know, any book or anything else, they all mirroring still off of each other. The collective, knowing that, you know, we are from the beginning the same. As in language and things of that nature, that the covenant was basically based off of keeping your eyes on God and knowing the things that were here and around. Let me see. It says detailed expulsion. They were banished to work in the land outside of the garden and lost their high status in facing the path. Whoa, I need to know where the actual writing is. Where's the writing? Let me see if I can find it. It's Wikipedia that they pulled up. Um, The doctrine that falls come from a biblical interpretation of Genesis. Adam and Eve lived with God, Garden of Eden, but the serpent tempted them to eat it. I should have probably did a PDF of what was actually there. Let me see. Of what I was reading, but anyway, it's still there because I did it Friday, so we could actually go back to that, but I'm not gonna go that far. You can go look it up for yourself, so figure it out. But just know, God was God before we got here. So fall but rejects. No, that's not it. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go figure it out. PDF. All right, let's see if we can get it. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's see if we can pull here. And if it says the same, that would be great, because, you know, that's what you would expect to see. And that was the whole entire issue of people removing things and taking things out and then not putting things back the right way because of the fact that it was their, it was their, the first book. No, let's go back here. They do have a PDF on here, just so y'all know. And first book of Moses generation. Now the serpent was more true than any animal the Lord that God made. He said the woman is really true. That God said that. Okay, so let me go to the next page. And then it says, can I make this bigger? Oh, no, hell no. Let me see. I didn't mean to do that, y'all. Let me go back. First book, Genesis. I was right on the right page and then I messed it up. Let's see. Then the serpent was more shrewd. Okay, so let's go here. All right, next page. And then it says, now the man had, well, not there. The man said, the woman whom you, the Lord God, and the woman, what it is you have done. Skip there. But Adam said, because you obeyed your wife, skip that. The man named his wife because she was the mother of all. So the Lord God expelled them from the orchard of Eden, cultivating the ground from which he had been taken. When they drove the man out of the place in the eastern side of the orchard of Eden, and mind you, you hear this because he's saying something different, and this is supposed to be the book, but be mindful of the translation. This is what I keep saying. God was God before that. The translation keeps changing depending upon, but it shouldn't change. It's just the way that maybe the communication, I don't know, but this says almost what I said there, because it said something about the east and live forever. So the Lord God expelled them from the orchard in Eden to cultivate the ground from which he had been taken. When he drove the man out, he placed them on the eastern side of the orchard in Eden, cherubim who used the flame of the whirling sword to guard the way of the tree of life. Now the man had marital relations with his wife Eve and became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. And when she said, I have created a man just as the Lord did, then he gave birth to his brother Abel. Abel took care of the flock while Cain cultivated the ground. At the designated time, Cain brought some of the first fruits, even something in the offering. This was the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? So that's there still. Then the Lord said to Cain, my brother, but the Lord God. All right, so the thing that I'm looking for, and anybody can tell me if y'all know it, where it's at. It basically was talking about when she had the daughter, because somewhere in the text, I don't know if it's over here, but it talks about, look, you are driving me off the land today. My punishment is too great. This is because it talks about when Cain left. And when Cain left, so maybe it's in one of the other texts that's in here too. When Cain left, what text were we in the other day? Were we in Jubilee text? It might have been in Jubilee text. That might be the thing. It might be in there. But anyway, so that was in part of it. So what Genesis says, they did it the exact same way. And so maybe it's in another one of the books, which is still a part of it. But that makes sense, like I said, in order for it to be the same thing. Like if it copied over from the Torah into this, then it should be the same. Now, if there was another book or another text added, then it also delivering and giving more information. That makes sense. So I think that's probably what ended up happening. Seeing the black crow go finally back to back means time out. Okay, so now let's go and see. I'm gonna go over here because that's probably where it was. But again, it makes sense because not taking anything out, but just adding extra additional. That makes sense to me. But the point of it is God being God beforehand. So, ooh, that was nice. Okay. Now let's go here. And then I'm going to ask you this question. And then we're going to talk about something, another thing. Book of Genesis. Anyway, point being, look it up for yourself. Go find out what's there. Whether or not, because it actually said something about Cain too, when Cain left. And okay, so Jubilee is called the Lesser Genesis because it retells Genesis in a chronological Jubilee system, and which is actually what I was saying about that. If you are using hold on, I can't hear you. Look, I can't hear you. If you're using AI, ask it to give you the chapter in the original and oldest language and translate each word literally. Good afternoon. Hey, well, that's what we were already discussing. Because the point in me even coming was to make sure that everybody knew. Can you hear God for yourself? Do you have discernment? And if you have discernment, know that God was here before any of the books. And the books, I'm not taking away from nobody's religion. I'm not trying to tell nobody nothing to do other than the fact that there are other things that they want us to argue. They want us to argue about, the religion. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's this? Who's that? And the point of the whole entire thing is if you love God and you're in covenant with God, it's not about this person being right or wrong. We can see that there's an issue, and the issue that they want us to argue about is not the fact they want us to argue amongst each other and not look at what they have done throughout time. And that's the thing. She said those are gifts of the Spirit. Not everyone has the same gifts. That's a fact. But everybody should be able to discern if God was God before the books came about. That should be simple and easy. And also idols being of such things that people are being given and people trying to put themselves in front of God, because that keeps being a thing. And this is the reason why I'm saying nobody got to listen to nothing. But if you are here for God, then know that God existed before any book, before any time period, before any, anything that they're trying to give. And so taking you away from the covenant or making you argue amongst people when dates and things of that nature are not correct anyway, because this was the plot and the plan to keep everybody distracted and disorganized, not realizing that we are all collectively a part of God. All right, so it's here. Jubilees is a lesser Genesis. It divides history into weeks of years, tracking events, and covenants, because it was a covenant between you and God. And I also said people trying to get you to look at them, their book, their anything, not letting you, or you not understanding that you are the key. You are the key to the system, and you getting connected and you actually paying attention to, or doing whatever it is that you need to do with God. That's the covenant. Seek and ye shall find. It's internalizing, not externalizing. It's not outside of you, it's within you. And again, God being God before any of the books came. And mind you, also knowing that the books are the same. The books are the same. They came from, but some books basically take away because these people want to be in control. And so that's it. Your faith in who? God, or your faith in the book? Your faith in God is different than the faith in a book, because a book you could be idolizing. And so do with that information what you will, because people been coming over here talking about whatever they be talking about. Anyway, so creation of the world in Genesis, but with more detail. Yeah, it's in Jubilees. That's where it is. Cain and Abel, same basic story. Cain kills Abel, adding chronological dates and lifts some time. So definitely there. But it also, the thing that I saw that kind of threw me was when, what does it say in Jubilee? Because this is one of the things that I thought. Why would it be an infraction? It said something about them being taken back into the garden when she had babies. And it was strange because, why? And these, again, it could just be the way that it's being translated, but something about it, because I already told y'all, it's some truth in a lie. And they collectively got together to make sure that certain things didn't get put in places or you didn't know about it. Why? Exact chronological date also gives the Jubilee system. And the Jubilee system, it talks about the years too. So that was also important, because you're supposed to be faith, period. What you put your faith is up to you. God needs nothing. But if you want God to work for you, you must put your faith in God. Many people put their faith in us. Exactly. That was my point in me discussing it with them. Anyway, so again, go look it up for yourself and notice that, look at all the books, not just this portion of books and that portion of books, and determine where, again, this makes sense or this don't make sense, or how they go back. Because guess what? I'm gonna be questioning something if the Torah has something in it, or it says something and it doesn't get translated over into the Ethiopian Bible, or something else the way that it should, or if something from the Ethiopian Bible and that came after them don't get translated over in the proper form and fashion either. But again, be mindful that God was God before they got here. Secondly, I was supposed to tell y'all something about these stones, because guess what? It's basically like the stones and the frequency. What is about? Y'all remember during the time when you started seeing they were taking out bells and things of that nature, and a lot of the stone buildings that seemed like they were just crafted out of like complete stone, all of a sudden certain things were being tore down. Is frequency. And healing properties is what was important. Let me see. Let's see. Frequency is the rate at which something vibrates or oscillates, usually measured in hertz. In the human body, cells, organs, and brain waves all have natural frequencies. Healthy cells vibrate at a higher harmonious frequency. Disease or imbalance can lower or disrupt them. All right, so let's see. Stones, crystals, minerals have long been believed to have physical, emotional, and spiritual effects on. I think you need to go back because we already had that discussion. So you might need to go back, and we already established the dates and things of that nature. So again, these people only want us to go back to a certain period, and they're only going to go back to, even if I go to ask it anything beyond what was here before this, that, or the third, it's going to be a little corruption of, and all I was wondering was the time before the Torah, the Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, and any of those canons came back. That was the time that we was basically focused on. Anything else before that, because literally what it wants to do is take me to the Bible. So the point of me being here is God is God before. God is God before. All right. So this is not an argument about who was here. That's why I said, Bucket, they missed whatever was here. And so that's the thing. It's not an argument about religion. And it's like, I'm not going to do that with nobody. Everybody has to be mindful that when I sat in the seat, I literally said, God was God before anything existed. I don't care what nobody talking about. I don't care about the religion that you are. I don't care. I do not. That's not what I'm going to do, because it's two groups of people here. One group wants to stay focused because it says either you want to deal with growth or you want to deal with distractions. One group of people is going to be here to point fingers. We're better. We're this. Exactly. So that's why I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. You seen what they came in and did, right? So instantly, this is why you have to make sure that, you know, we are having the same argument or the same conversation, because they want to argue about whose religion is better. They want to argue about, you know, who has God's favor. They want to argue about, you know, whatever. The people that I'm talking to is the people that want to get to the solution. The solution is always God. Before, after, in between. And if you saying you love God, then you shouldn't be trying to debate with me about no book. You should be talking to me about what God is intended for the collective as a whole, period. And so I'm not going to debate with nobody about no religion. I ain't going to do it. My purpose in coming here is what I said from the beginning. God was God beforehand. Why do you think there's a great manipulation? Because they want you to stay stuck. They want you to stay focused on that. I'm trying to get you to look past that into what was already in existence. God was already in existence. And if you want to jump to the solution and how we fix, you know, the problem, because the problem is we're going to keep arguing back and forth over who's right, who's wrong, who's this, who's that, da-da-da-da-da. Everybody's important to the system. People want to talk about Israel as a place, but Israel is also people. Israel is a DNA. It's some people that live in Israel that is arguing about Israel right now that don't want to take a DNA test. Israel is a group of people. And so to me, it's like when they talk about the 144,000, it's only going to be a select group of people that's going to get it. Everybody else is going to keep, you know, focusing on the argument, or they're going to be bots and focus on, you know, the next party or whatever it is. I don't care about none of that. My message that I was supposed to give, God was God before that. Your covenant is your covenant with God. The dates are what's important. The times. Don't miss the time. Why? Because they threw the time off. So if you look at God instead of the people, God is going to put you right back on the straight and narrow, the straight track. I can't argue with you about the other stuff. I'm trying to get to the appointed time and the appointed destination. The only situation that I can do is look at God. I can't look at what this book says or what this book says, because all of them are doing this. I don't want to do that. But God gave us choices. God didn't care because God doesn't care, because God is everything and everywhere. It all goes back to God, and that's my point. That is my point. So everybody that has come in here talking to me about Jesus, this, and the third, I don't care. I do not care. You deal with what you're dealing with, but God was God, and Jesus is technically an idol if that's the fact. And so if you can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you. Books are idols. If you care about the book more than you care about God, and you just said God is God, so we can't deal with that. I told you it's a basic argument to dumb you down. I wouldn't feed into it. We have a communication gap. That was one of the conversations too. Like, y'all are literally having everything that I just said when I sat down here. Even if we figure out about the timeline, you have to remember this is the great upside down. These people have lied. Everything, like even when they want to talk to us about, education and who was here, this, and the third, until we actually get down to the real nitty gritty of the timeline of what happened, this, and the third, why are you arguing about something that we will never know the truth from them? We have to wait till God is God before and after, the beginning, the middle, and the end. That's going to be the only way we ever know the truth. The truth of the timeline, the truth of the people, the truth of anything. So, communication language. I mean, a communication barrier. Communication barrier. The Tower of Babel. Just because I speak a different language don't mean I didn't say God. Y'all are everybody said let's clean it up, and I grab this, you grab this. I gave the demonstration from the beginning. If I say God in a different language, I'm not at alam alugat Arabia. So that means that I'm learning Arabic, right? So if I speak to somebody in Arabic, and I don't know a whole bunch of Arabic, but that was one of the things that I learned first. If I speak to somebody in Arabic and I start talking to you about God and I say Allah, you gonna think that because for some reason people are programmed to think that that's a horrible word, like that is destruction. Mind you, it means God, the one God. God in French is or patois, Jah, or Spanish, Jah. Same entity, same being. This is, and you see what I'm saying? We just now wasted 5 minutes on something dumb. And I don't got time. So that's the thing. They speak this language, we speak. Like, go to the beginning. Like, rewind this. When I'm done, y'all go back and rewind it. And then y'all come up to speed. Because I feel like y'all just came in here and y'all doing this. And I don't want to do it with y'all. So, energy and alignment. Stones can help balance energy in the body, which may support overall wellness. Entertainment purposes only. I'm not no doctor. But stone crystals and minerals have long been believed to have physical, emotional, and spiritual effects on the body because of their vibrational frequencies and energetic properties. So y'all people just do not listen. And I have to be responsible. I'm going to be responsible because you're telling me something that ain't true. You literally are telling me what's in front of me, and that's not what's in front of me. So I'm going to put you in timeout because, again, I don't want you to be a distraction to nobody. Like, you're being weird, and I don't understand. So that's weird. they're on timeout. I'm not putting you on timeout because I know you was just responding, but I try to tell you not to respond. They attention seeking. And that's how you know they not of God, because of the fact that, you know, when they come in here doing that, God is love, God is understanding. And it's a communication, you know, situation that's happening. So I tried to tell you that it was going to go even worse. So we just put them in timeout and keep it pushing, okay? Because they trying to waste our fucking time, and I ain't got it. All right, I'd rather do nothing than have that argument with them. Like, that's more important to me. My peace is more important, and whoever the hell that is need to go and hug their mom, because I ain't it. So we're going to go back over here to healing and be mindful that the same people that cause stuff like that is also the people that tore down buildings and things of that nature, bells and, you know, everything, because our world was meant to sustain us, to keep our frequencies, you know, a certain type of way. And then here they come along to manipulate the system, trying to disrupt the covenants and everything else, taking the times off. Hey, Majestic Grace, welcome. Thank you for being here. So energy alignment. Stones can help balance energy in the body, which may support overall wellness. Pain relief and detox. Certain stones like hematite or jade, hematite, yeah, are help circulation, reduce inflammation, and detoxify the body. Immune support. While not scientifically proven, traditional practices hold that placing or wearing certain stones can strengthen the body's natural defenses. Calming and stress reduction. Stones like amethyst, lapis lazuli, and are believed to calm the mind, reduce anxiety, and enhance focus. Mood elevation. Rose quartz is associated with love, compassion, and emotional healing. Clarity and decision making. Stones or clear quartz are thought to clear mental fog and promote clarity. So, spiritual vibration effects. Energy flow. Stones are believed to resonate with the body's energy centers, chakras, helping blockages move and restoring balance. Protection. Stones like black tourmaline or obsidian are said to shield against negative energies. Connections to higher consciousness. Certain stones, sapphire, amethyst, are used in meditation to heighten spiritual awareness and intuition. Okay, so stones, stone buildings, that's what it was. Stone buildings. All right, so stone buildings and bells were meant to help us. And throughout history and throughout time, you see them start to remove certain things, right? Entertainment purposes only. So, stone buildings as tools for human support. Durability, stability. Stone structures last for generations, providing physical safety and shelter, which are foundational for survival and well-being. Spiritual anchoring. In many traditions, temples, altars, and sacred buildings were made of stone to anchor spiritual energy. Why would they start removing certain temples, certain homes, certain castles, certain buildings, certain bells, certain things that were meant to vibrate and resonate? Also, if you look at the structures, entertainment purposes only, and the placement of a lot of these things, they were aligned that way. So even now to this day, like, we can go and we can do grounding, we can go touch trees and this, that, and the third, but our environment as a whole, at one point in time, was designed to keep us, you know, happy, healthy, wealthy, and blessed. And then all of a sudden, the same people that came along, you know, to kind of, you know, manipulate and for some reason, also, I want to say, even initially from the beginning, some things may have just been told to be able to tell you, to pass down generation to generation to generation. But it's almost like even over here, on this land in the U.S., right? Whereas things were being passed down, you know, through the indigenous, it would be like the stories that they would be able to tell you. You would sit down with the elders and, you know, around a fireplace or something, and they would be telling you, you know, this happened and this is how, you know, a certain period of time came about, or this is, you know, how, what we're supposed to do for the land. And the thing that I've noticed, paying attention to all of the stuff throughout history, is everything that we had that was good, they are now trying to reintroduce into the system. It's like even the food, how canning or preserving food was salt. His name is the richest man in the world was what's his name? Black man. It was based off of salt, because salt, entertainment purposes only, is, or at the time, that was the way, it was money, I guess, the way it was. So it could be the same as using a bottle cap, but salt was important because salt was used to preserve food. Salt at the time was money. Okay. What is his name? I know his name, but I can't think about it. And in the world from salt. No, not King Solomon. It was it's another man. Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa. The emperor of Mali in the 14th century, who became the richest man in the world largely due to salt and gold trade. Named Mansa Musa the first of Mali. His title was Emperor of Mali, West Africa. Fame known for his immense wealth, pilgrimage to Mecca, and spreading Islam. In medieval West Africa, salt was as valuable as gold because it was essential for preserving food. Y'all see what I'm saying? Preserving food, flavoring, and nutrition. Mali has vast salt mines, notably Tanzania and Toundindi, I think that's what it's called, and gold mines. In the same empire, Mansa Musa controlled trade routes across Sahara and exported salt, gold, ivory, and other golds. Wealth beyond measure. His wealth is often called immeasurable. Modern estimates put it in the hundreds of billions in today's dollars. When he went on his famous Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, 1324, he brought tens of thousands of attendants and camels carrying gold, distributing so much that it temporarily devalued gold in Egypt. But mosaic schools and librarians, including in Timbuktu, turning Mali into the center of culture, education, and trade, demonstrating that natural resources like salt and gold, when combined with strategic trade, could create immense wealth. Mansa Musa became the richest man in the world, not just from gold, but from controlling and trading salt, which was extremely valued in West Africa across the Sahara. Now, for all intents purposes, Mansa Musa, and I can look this up, but because I have read about him one time. So Mansa Musa became the richest man in the world based off of salt, but technically it wasn't even his kingdom. He was actually given the kingdom because the person that he was serving under, entertainment purposes, let me go look it up because I don't want to lie to y'all. I keep trying to tell y'all. How did he get the kingdom? Like, y'all, I'm trying to tell you, even throughout history, the way certain things move, people don't realize they will start you from this part, but that's not the beginning. And it's weird that, again, they said they went backwards. Time went backwards from them, and then it started to go up. How would time have started to go backwards and then go up? It don't make sense. All right, so Mansa Musa inherited the kingdom through succession and consolidation of power in the Mali Empire. Mali became Mansa Musa. The Mali Empire was founded by Sudiati Kiata in the early 13th century. It was already rich in gold and salt due to strategic control of trade routes across West Africa. The empire was a confederation of territories, including important cities like Timbuktu and Gao. Born around 1280, Mansa Musa was a relative of a royal family, like a nephew or grandnephew of the previous emperor, Abu Bakr II. Abu Bakr II left the throne to explore the Atlantic Ocean, leaving Mansa Musa as the next in line. He inherited it. But mind you, he did well with it, so not to say nothing about it. But the thing of it is just think that when I talk about Mansa Musa, or when I talk about, anything from that point in time, don't it sound glamorous? like, even these are traveling, they're traveling on their pilgrimage, and Mansa Musa is taking his wives, his whatever family, the people that's there. Mind you, these people ain't moving cheap. These people is moving with, big baller shot caller status. You heard what they said. He devalued gold by basically the way he moved around. It's also the same with King Solomon. If you think about the tombs, not the tombs, the towers and the things that these people would have lived in, y'all, why does it seem like that after a certain point in time, everything regressed? This is why it is getting connected to God. Getting connected to God, because whatever their narrative is, and King Solomon that you mentioned, King Solomon was accredited to some of the first early, biblical writings and this, that, and the third, but literally the lie that got told even in the process, because, let me see, Solomon, let me see this lady's name, because I don't want to lie. I told y'all, some of these stories seem like it's like you writing in your diary, because the way that they don't tell a story, but then they tell a story, Bathsheba. And I don't know why, because I knew her name, but literally, I just wanted to make sure. So right here, it says, identity, son of King David and Bathsheba. No, that's the mom. Identity, son of King David and Bathsheba, king of Israel, reigned around 970 to 930 BCE, known for wisdom, building the first temple in Jerusalem, immense wealth, and a large harem of wives. Remember I said the Great Awakening that if anybody could do it, King Solomon could. This nigga, no disrespect, but this nigga, God gave him a ring and told him to control the jinn. The jinn, if you look up the jinn, are smokeless beings born made out of smoke. Look it up for yourself, because again, I could be telling you, I be knowing a lot of stuff and it would just be too much. And so I be wanting to look it up to make sure that it's, right. Anyway, so look it up for your damn self. Has part in writing the Bible or inspiring the Bible. So in case y'all don't know that, just know that. Mind you, Queen of Sheba, modern day Ethiopia, named most famous wife, the Queen of Sheba. Not one of his official wives in Israel, but the most famous in legend. But mind you, the Ethiopian Bible is the one that got saved, or the Bible that they have is the one that got saved, and not given to the Westerners to be corrupted or to be taken away from. So although, like, it's crazy how these time periods happen around the same exact time. Like I said, it's almost like you talking to your great grandmother or your great grandfather about certain things. Now, travel to Jerusalem to test Solomon's wisdom with difficult questions. But mind you, and for all intents purposes, somebody describing their relationship, that could be his, best relationship ever. Because to me, if you gave her information and they trying to say that they stole the Ark of the Covenant, but what benefit would it have been? She had his child. And I'm sorry, but this is my thing. And y'all can take it how it resonates. To me, I equate everything to the dope game. Okay? Because regardless of whether or not anybody knows it, entertainment purposes only, in the dope game, you learn every fucking thing. Like, you learn to be how to be a proper businessman. You learn trust. You learn loyalty. You learn about the ops. You learn a whole cycle of life in the dope game, right? So, it would be the equivalent of, if you was going to go to jail, right? You like the top, drug dealer of the century, of that time. You pushing that salt, right? Period. You moving that salt around from country to country, right? And y'all know they be getting the ones that they don't care about. You know, they call them mules and shit. So they get the bitches that they don't care about. The one you hold this, right? And then it's like the one that they love, they keep them safe. So they try to keep them out of all the business and everything else. So they'll keep them way the fuck over here. Mind you, they be, you know, maybe knowing here, there, da. But Solomon got a name for himself, right? He the biggest of all times. So this lady said, oh, I want to get next to, you know, him, right? But mind you, she got her own shit. Niggas be liking when bitches have their own shit. They be putting bitches through college because guess what? When the shit fall down, they know that they gotta have somebody that's gonna be able to hold them together, right? So she got her own shit. Mind you, you giving out babies left and right. When niggas like that thing, they lay in it. And they be wanting to have kids and this, that, and the third. But mind you, she got her own shit. Now, who gonna be the one that can protect something when them boys come? Her. So you're not going to convince me that he didn't just give her this shit. Because she got a whole team over here. She said high demand salt, period. Period. Like she got a whole team over here. She got warriors. She got people that's going, you know what I mean? So when them boys come to try to, you know, claim the Bible, when them boys come to try to claim the covenant, she got a team of niggas over here. Y'all other bitches is concubines and hoes. Y'all ain't, you know, built like that. I mean, come on, let's make it make sense. Like in real life, because they black, I'm black, we black, like I can resonate and make me feel like he gave that shit to her. And then here come the ops. The ops be telling all types of lies. Mind you, he out here feeding, you know, droves of people. He brought gifts of gold, spices. Mind you, she brought the nigga shit. Like, literally, all the other bitches is taken from him. Like, you know what I mean? I need some salt because I need to go buy some dresses, this, that, and the third. She brought gifts. Gold, spices, precious stones. Like, you know what I'm saying? He didn't even need her stuff. But she brought it anyway. She said, I'm going to hook my nigga up because, you know, I love him. So, it says, accounts in the Ethiopian Bible... Kibra Najastat, such a deeper connection, sometimes claiming she bore Solomon a son. He was liking that thing. And so it says the ancestors of Ethiopian kings. And then here come the ops, you know, the Westerners, because they don't like, you know, why y'all won't give us the Bible? Mind you, they got many accounts of them trying to get this Bible and the covenant. They try to get the covenant. They try to get the Ark of the Covenant. Mind you, this is what we're talking about. So I'm making light and fun of it. But mind you, this is what we're talking about. This is why I said God was God beforehand. They want the covenant. The covenant was issued firstly to Jacob and the descendants. And we don't know how did we go down the DNA and all that. The DNA and the bloodline is important to these niggas. Y'all ain't paid attention yet. And for them to even talk about, you know, because in that Bible, that's what it said, that Jacob is the first son. Jacob was given and granted the blessing. And y'all got the ops out here being in control of stuff. Y'all got the ops putting the Statue of Liberty and the idols, you know, on top of the fucking, on the land. This land is sacred land. This ain't their land. The indigenous people told y'all that this land was sacred. They kept telling y'all that. But mind y'all, here y'all go. Because it's the Lord's will. Like lead document will. That's what I'm saying. It's a part of the covenant. It is God's will. So that's another thing why, like, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. But anyway, Solomon had 700 wives, 300 concubines. According to 1 Kings 11:3, many were foreign princesses used for political alliances because they be sending them hoes. It's like what they did to Ibrahim. Who was it? Dubai or somebody? Entertainment purposes only. Tried to send Ibrahim some bitches. Ibrahim said, no, I'm only going to marry my kind. And just so you know, Ibrahim, my DNA says, you know, we the same kind. Period. In case you didn't know, you can look me up. All right. But I still want to just live here. Anyway, I'll come over there a little bit. Anyway, Queen of Sheba is the most remembered because of her fame, gifts, and the story of wisdom testing. But mind you, like I said, she is from Ethiopia. They try to say she stole it. if you one of them people and you know better, she didn't have to stay, you know, period, shameless plug. It wasn't shameless, it was full-fledged the plug. You see what I'm saying? Get that. All right. Anyway. Yes. All right. Majestic Grace, I am not married, okay? He could be my man, all right? He could definitely be my husband. Let me see. It says, Solomon and Queen of Sheba, as it appears in the Ethiopian Bible, which is more detailed than the Hebrew Bible. Arrival of Queen Sheba, the Queen of Sheba, called Mekadiah, in Ethiopia tradition, heard of Solomon's wisdom and wealth. She traveled from Sheba, modern day Ethiopia, Yemen, with a large retinue, gold, spices, and it sounded like she gave him a dowry. Like, you know what I'm saying? They supposed to give us a dowry. It sounded like she gave him a dowry. She said, nigga, and I can afford it. Like, it ain't tricking if you got it. Period. She came all out the woodwork for her man. She said, here's this gold, here are these spices, and I got some precious gifts for you, daddy. What you want? Her goal was to test Solomon's wisdom to see if the stories were true. She asked Solomon difficult questions and riddles, trying to test his knowledge. Solomon answered all her questions wisely, demonstrating his God-given insight. She was deeply impressed, acknowledging that his wisdom came from God. She said, oh, my daddy is smart, period. She gave Solomon gifts, gold, spices, and jewels. Solomon treated her with honor, and they feasted and exchanged knowledge. Solomon kept her in Jerusalem. He liked that thing, I told y'all. Kept her in Jerusalem for a time, and she returned to her kingdom. Ethiopian tradition says she bore Solomon his son, Menelik. Listen, do with that information what you will. I don't know. I can't even get the pronunciation to come out right. Who became the first emperor of Ethiopia? Menelik. Yeah, I don't know. Later visited Solomon, bringing the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia and that's his son. Why would he not give his son, the shit? And on top of that, like I said, they could actually, hey, Kaylin, they could actually protect it. And they did. This is the reason why the Western people were mad. Because they couldn't corrupt it. So it has been hidden and protected this whole entire time, allegedly. So anyway, the story emphasizes wisdom, diplomacy, and divine favor. In Ethiopian traditions, this union establishes a royal lineage claiming descent from Solomon. The Queen of Sheba symbolizes intelligence, wealth, and the bringing of kingdoms. The Ethiopian Bible adds names, lineages, and political, spiritual context, not the Hebrew Bible. The Queen of Sheba, Makeda, I don't know. Is more than a visitor. She is central to Ethiopia's claim Solomonic dynasty. So, listen. Of course they always want to hold a nigga down, right? But like I said, I always equate shit to, the game. And mind you, I keep trying to explain to people we're in the modern day Game of Thrones. So just be mindful that back at this point in time, because there is, even in the testimony, it says, I will take you to lands that of like huge buildings, this, that, and the third, that you did not design, but you will live there. And then all of a sudden they try to act like we was not those people. We have to preserve the history and the timeline. Something is off with, the way they're explaining it. But mind you, the buildings exist. You also know that there are buildings that are covered up. And like I said, there's a dude that's on my timeline right now that is in Norway. And I literally said this yesterday, because although we are over here talking about who's what, when, where, and why, and who should be paying reparations and who should be restoring this, that, and a third, remember that there are people from different empires and things of that nature sending people over here to do, the most ungodliest things, or, to take or to, trade. Mind you, in case y'all don't know, the UN and everything that they're doing right now, trying to, I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. I wrote them a note. I sent them an email. And mind you, I done tagged them bitches 1,006 times. This is the reason why. Because at this point in time, the way the dates are going, and like I said, for, let's see, we'll take Adam for instance. How old was Adam? Old was Adam when he died? I think it says Adam was 930 years. So let's see. How old was Adam when he died? Question mark. So Adam was, according to the Torah, Genesis 5:5, Adam lived 930 years. So I was correct. Mind you, we just did this, so this is the reason why I knew, but I wanted to look it up. All right, so during this time, during Adam's time, D-U-R-I-N-G, Adam's 930 years, what descendants what names, I asked it, during Adam's 930 years, what descendants that are named in the Bible live? I did not write that. I wrote some weird ass shit, but let's hope it says that, because wasn't paying attention. All right, so Adam lived during the time of Noah. Just so y'all know. So we can go to many more, but Adam witnessed the birth of several of these descendants. So it was Seth, Enoch, Canaan, Machalia, something, Jared, Enoch. So during the Enoch, not the Enoch that is the one that ascended into heaven, but honestly, in another text, it says that Enoch went into the Garden of Eden. So the Enoch that wrote the book of Enoch, they said one of the texts says that he was in the Garden of Eden, but something that I think is a biblical account says that he ascended into heaven. So heaven could be the Garden of Eden. Take it how it resonates. But during Noah, 500, age at death. Noah was 950, but Adam witnessed the birth of Noah. So they go through all these timelines with all these people, and you would be thinking it's like you, your grandmother, your great-grandmother, your great-great-grandmother. How many of y'all have seen 2 great-grandmothers? Most people haven't. As of now, some people are, because guess what? My daughter saw her great-grandmother and her great-grandmother. My great-grandma, well, her great-grandmom had a good time with her because she just thought she was the funniest thing smoking, because my daughter went with her one time and they went to my Uncle Frank's to eat some food, and her great-grandmother asked her if the food was good, and my daughter told her no, she was just hungry and she was eating it. And my grandmother laughed her ass off. That was her best moment that she was able to take, Now, since people are having babies younger, so my granddaughter, my daughter's daughter, is able to meet me, I'm her grandmother. Then my mother, her great-grandmother, they weren't, 1 or 2 of them may have been alive during the great-grandmother. So I don't think we've ever went past, I went to my mom's mom and then my mom's mom. I don't recall ever meeting a great. And so depending upon, who has kids and where and why. But mind you, she said I met 2, 1 from each side. Yeah, and my dad's mom, I only met my dad's mom. I don't know if their mother, I don't know if I ever met them. I could have when I was little, but I don't recall. My mom's dad, I met him, but never a grandparent. But mind you, they are Georgia, so they are Creek. But also the fact of the matter is they were Blackfoot Indian from what I was told. And so, but the pictures of my great grandmother I remember seeing going into my aunt's house. She had the real Indian, you know, this right here that I got. But they was down here, so I can't wait till that happens to me, because I like my two. But literally the Indian ladies had the two plaits, so I can't wait to rock that. But I remember seeing her picture, and I think they were several different types of Indian from what I've seen, but I never met them. And so my dad's dad, I met my dad's dad, never my dad's dad. But mind you, these are Cheswell Moors, whatever Indian, like my last name is Harmon, and at the powwow up in Delaware is Harmon's, and I ain't never been, and I should, you know, have actually actively wanted to go. But my dad, when I talked to my dad about his dad, and I can find them, you know, easily, but when I talked to my dad about his dad's family, and my dad's dad was in the military, so I'm very sure that there's documentation and registration for him. But my dad said that his dad never talked about his dad, but they know that those are them Cheswell people that are in Delaware, which are descendants of Moors and, you know, all of them people. But mind you, then I was watching something that talks about, mind you, them are the first people. So, but then they're talking about two different types of people. So this is the thing. Going back to the beginning, and we not realizing, like, these are people who lived during the time when other people lived. So it may seem like history took a whole, you know, but it was generations after generation after generation that was actually grew, and that was a part of the Bible. So they could give testament as to, you know, this happened, this happened, this happened. But we have to also be mindful that as we are people, like, I can live with Majestic Grace the whole entire time, right? We could be related, we could be cousins, we could be whatever. I can give the accounts of, you know, certain things that I see on her life, but I can't give the accounts of her whole entire fucking life. And so although it could be written, you know, in a certain place, like this is what happened, I can't give the full account. And even her, she could have lived the life and give her account. But guess what? Depending upon her perception of something at the time. But one thing that don't change is God is and will always be God. The covenant was always amongst us. We have to find it, search it within us and for ourselves. They have been desperately trying to take it out of our hands and put it into their hands, giving us idols and things to worship the whole entire time, making their stuff more important. Meanwhile, still not trying to tell us, why is you snoring like that? Meanwhile, not trying to tell us that, you know, it's the account of the account and the account. And I told y'all, even when we started, people will argue about anything. That's one of the sentences. People will argue about anything. But the fact of the matter is the truth is going to be the truth, that God is God before, after, during, and everything else. So right here, dun, 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 dun. Wisdom, understanding, humility, alignment, raw intelligence, ability without direction. Being too smart for your own good is really when your mind moves faster than your discernment. So people can argue anything, even if it's wrong. People will stand on the business that somebody else told them. That's the equivalent of one of those books. I told y'all, you could be the best writer or the worst writer under the sun. All you have to do is have somebody believe you. And so the accounting of this person passed it on, and this person passed it on, and this person passed it on. These people said, we don't want this part, we don't want this part, but we're going to pass it on anyway. So they chose to, remove something that somebody else. How you going to go through? Noah was already here. This is his lineage. This is his family. This is his generation. This is an account and a test to his life. Now let's see also something else. Let me see. Jacob, because God said that God gave Jacob a blessing, right? No matter what they wanted, they may have wanted Esau to have it. So where did Jacob come along? And this is the problem with the preservation of the timeline. They keep doing stuff, entertainment purposes only, to corrupt the timeline, to make you think that this happened during this time, or this didn't happen during this time, and this didn't happen during this time. But technically, it all happened. So Jacob, genealogy line from Adam to Jacob. Adam, Seth, Enoch, Kenan, Mahalia, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, one of Noah's three sons, Shem, Arphax, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Shirug, Norah, Terah, Abraham, Isaac, and then Jacob. It says Jacob is the son of Isaac and the grandson of Abraham. He is third generation after Abraham. Jacob's story begins in Genesis 25, long after Adam has died. Jacob is over 2,000 years removed from Adam, if counted via traditionally, biblically, and chronologically. So, Jacob saw Isaac, Abraham, Shem, and maybe Noah. Hold on, let me see. Let me not lie. Was Noah around? When Jacob was born? And then, just so y'all know, also in this, during the time, the Watchers got inserted somewhere along this timeline because Noah, his birth was questionable. So lifespan of Noah. Noah was born 1,506 years after Adam. Genesis 5:28-29 gives genealogists. He lived 950 years. Genesis 9:50. So he died 2 years before Abraham was born. So Noah had been dead for hundreds of years before Jacob was born. So Jacob didn't see Noah. Jacob and Noah never lived at the same time. Noah belongs to pre-Abrahamic generations, while Jacob comes many generations later. Now, mind you, still a part of his bloodline, but here it goes. Noah's birth was questionable. Noah was questionable. All right. So, Noah. So, the Torah, Genesis 6:9, does not describe Noah's physical appearance. He is described in terms of righteousness, obedience, and favor with God, not looks. The emphasis is on his moral and spiritual character, not physical form. The Book of Jubilees and other ancient Jewish writings sometimes imply that pre-flood humans were larger or different than post-flood humans. Mind you, I just seen two black brothers that was just on Mr. Beast's platform, that these niggas made these Mr. Beast CEO look like children. Modern day, to this day. But mind you, remember, this is the bloodline. And so when Jacob came along, and y'all could go look at the story when God told Rebecca that 2 generations will be from her bloodline. So y'all are not remembering that in this process, the Torah says that, but the Bible, Noah may have been physically taller, stronger, or more robust, reflecting pre-flood longevity and genetics. Others suggest that he may have looked unusual or remarkable, because there's questioning in that book about the way he looked. Let's see. Noah's questionable appearance is mostly from interpretation and oral tradition, not direct biblical description. The Bible focuses on Noah's obedience, faith, and role preserving life. No, somebody asked the question. Who asked? Because I've seen this. Who asked? Who asked? Because it may not have been Noah, but somebody in this line who asked if their child was theirs or a watcher's. So in the process, it is, because y'all have to be mindful of what we watching also. So Sarah and Abraham question if Isaac, okay, so it was Isaac, sorry. Context, Abraham and Sarah were very old when Isaac was born. Implicit doubt, people around them could have wondered how a child could be born such elderly parents, though the text does not directly call Isaac a watcher imposter. Torah reference Genesis 1, Isaac is born to Sarah, fulfilling God's promise. Hannah prayed for a child. Eli, okay, so hold on, y'all. Let me make sure, because let's see. If you're referring to the Torah and related traditions where a parent or community question whether a child is truly theirs, the main biblical story matches this about story of Abraham and Sarah regarding Isaac, though there are also midrashic and extra biblical traditions that expand on issues of parentage. Here's a breakdown. So it says in one of the texts, because I read this, it said that they was born in their skin. Thank you. Their skin looked different than theirs. Hannah prayed for a child. Eli, the priest, initially thought Hannah was drunk because of a fervent prayers. She gives birth to Samuel. Let me see. All right, let me take this over here to Google, because literally they be trying to for some reason, whoever's programming the AIs, they don't want to get into any of the fucking religious shit. They definitely be trying to hide some stuff. So I'm gonna go just take it to Google. Google don't give a fuck, okay? Google said this who did it. Who asked if their child was theirs or a watcher's because of the eyes and skin color. All right, thank you. All right, let's see. Come on. Come on and do the locomotion with me. Come on, baby. Come on, who in the Bible? According to the book of Enoch, Lamech, the father of Noah, who wondered if the child belonged to... Oh, it was Noah. All right, so they trying to play. A child's appearance. Noah is described in 1 Enoch 106 as having skin white as snow and red as a rose, hair white like wool, eyes. It looks like he was albino. So listen to the description. Enoch 106 is having skin white as snow and red as a rose, hair like wool, and eyes that illuminated all the house. Y'all know what that hair like wool automatically is. Ain't no hiding that hair. Lamech was terrified by the child's appearance and feared he was not the father, but the child was a watcher or a child of the fallen angels, the watchers. Lamech went to his father Methuselah, who consulted Enoch. Enoch told them that the child was indeed Lamech's, but would be righteous, the righteous servant of God. The watchers connected this story. The watchers connection. This is story of Enochian literature, Dead Sea Scrolls, and directly linked to the birth of Noah and the Watchers, fallen angels who made it with human women in Genesis. All right, so I'm gonna take this over here because I told y'all the AI don't like it, but when I bring it truth, it can't do nothing but, you know, fuck with me after that. So, period. Let me put it over here. So anyway, watching the genealogy and the bloodline, right? Because, you know, mama's baby, papa's maybe. Fact of the matter is Noah could have been albino. The fact of the matter is also that, guess what? That hair is undeniable that it's black, okay? Because once they start describing this, it's like 4C. Like, I seen a Chinese baby, mind you, and I think the mother Chinese, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. The mom definitely Chinese. That baby hair is black. And the comment said, yeah, that's our baby. So, but that baby Chinese. So I don't know if the, you know, but this is a thing about lineage and DNA. God was here first. The people want to distort the history because they don't want the implications of, you know, my people and my skin all over their history. But my skin and my people is all over their history. So let's just go and say that for all intents and purposes, they said that Noah actually was, you know, his baby, right? But we do know that the Watchers, the bloodline, had already been implicated. And so that's when God said that, you know, the bigger ones got to be destroyed. But the DNA is still a part of the system, right? Because they was mating. Would... There's something that you can go look up, right? And they call it ghost DNA. They're calling it ghost DNA because they're trying to say they don't know where it came from. For all intents and purposes, I think they lying. And for entertainment purposes only, take it how it resonates for you. I feel like the reason why they would lie and the reason why they would want to lie is because they don't want, you know, people to know certain things, but also in the process, the reason why I think they lying is because they would want to know where it came from. That's what I'm going to say. And these people will stop at nothing because DNA is important to these people. I don't know what they found or what is happening, but ain't nobody going to tell me because if y'all pay attention, it keeps coming up. They keep trying to, you know, suppress it, but something about DNA is important to these people. Whose DNA? Why? It's certain people that won't take DNA. That's the other thing, which is also, again, why DNA is important. From the time them people been able to figure out how to isolate, how to move around, how to do something, they have been obsessed with DNA. Why? Take it how it resonates. So the answer is yes. So would the Watchers' DNA still be a part of this civilization? The answer is yes. According to Enochian traditions and some interpretations of pre-flood events, the idea is that the Watchers' genetic influence could have been passed down through their human offspring, including Noah's line. So, the Watchers' role. The Watchers, fallen angels, one Enoch, made it with human women before the flood. Genesis 1-4. Their offspring, Nephilim, often described as giants or extraordinary humans, was usually a trait. But mind you, just like everything else, something could be dormant. It's like my dad has hazel eyes. My mom's mom had eyes that changed. So blue or, you know, whatever color they would be. But they weren't brown. Her eyes were blue. Or maybe green. I don't know. Now, on both sides of my heritage, there is an eye color that is, you know, people would try to insert to, you know, Caucasian. That's black people. Like one of the ladies online said that they have freckles. So do I. So do my mom. So do my daughter. It is not unique to white people. Also, my daughter is very much fair skinned. So is the majority of people that, you know, she's lighter than most of them, but my kids are a certain color, except for one, right? The thing is that none of my dad's children at all, period. So my dad has hazel eyes. My uncle has hazel eyes. Funny looking hair. They have very, very nice hair. Funny looking eyes. My uncle Curtis, similar to my dad, don't have, I don't know if any of his kids, I don't think any of his kids have, you know, funny colored eyes. My Aunt Louise, only girl out of all the boys, only one girl. She was married to a nigga that was black. I don't know nothing about his genealogy, but the nigga was black. My uncle, whatever his name is that she married. All her boys got funny looking eyes. Every single one of them. So certain things can skip, you know, generations, or it can skip, you know, whichever. Because my aunt don't have that, but all her kids do. Every single one of them. So the girl showed up with the trait and passed it down to her kids. The boys have the trait, didn't pass it to none of their kids. So there's that. In the process, my dad's dad is Indian. I told you Cheswell Moore. That was what they told me about their heritage. My dad's mom is Indian of a different descent, but also that would be my grandmom. Her mother came from somewhere, we don't know. I can find it because there is a record, so I'm not even gonna say that. But anyway, for all intents purposes, she's lighter than my daughter. So she came in on a boat from somewhere. Mind you, when they did when they did my ancestry, and I'm actually learning that there's more ancestry that they're not showing me, because apparently there's something else that can be downloaded. I have Russian DNA, I have European DNA, I have Netherlands DNA. Everybody that I said needs to be held accountable also for the transatlantic slave trade, or, you know, all of that stuff. I actually have their DNA. It's already been categorized and everything else. The one thing that I saw that they didn't do, and that could also be a part of the cover up that, you know, the people are doing in the system that is located here in the US. But I can see and I sat here with y'all one day and I showed y'all and I told y'all about it as I was going over it. So already registered, already, you know, into the system, it exists. Nigerian, what is it, Cameroon, like it's so many different regions, even from over there. And mind you, they done broke it down to like a percentage, a little percentage. But from what I understand, there's another system that can be put into, and it will give you heritage from here and everything else. But why are they hiding it? It's like them literally still trying to stick us in a vault and, you know, hide the information. But mind you, they already have it. They know who is who. They know what families come from where. They know what they have done. And so it's still trying to hide, you know, move certain things around, because again, the timelines seem to be off. But when you sit and you look at it and you can see that this person existed during this person, it don't take it so far away now, because it's literally looking like this person is the great grandfather to this person, to the great grandfather to this person. And then all of a sudden, somewhere in history, when they start bringing, you know, these people from here, there, everywhere, mind you, I have one of them too. So just know I have one of them too. It's proven that she got here. It's proven that she has children, you know, out of. Anyway, so the DNA is present still. So Noah's lineage, Noah is described as having a striking appearance at birth, white skin, red as a rose, shining eyes. Lamech feared that it was a son of the Watcher's influence, but Enoch reassured him that Noah was going to be a righteous man. Mind you, another blessing, because God also issued Noah a blessing. Mind you, this is the thing. Part of one of the books, and I don't know where it's at yet because I ain't found it, because literally last night I was listening to and y'all, it's a lot. So you got to think, you got 88 canons that you got to go through. So it's a lot of different information. And on top of that, I got to go right back, because shit, half the time I'll be listening to the shit while I'm asleep. And then, you know, it plays itself out. Burrich, and the Maccabean. So I was listening to those, and then something about before Genesis. So the people that may have been here even before the Bible even started. So that's why I'm telling y'all. It's a lot of information, but it will connect to y'all if, in fact, like, ask God, have some discernment. It's not trying to take away anything that anybody has put into your system. If you're a very religious person, so be it. I'm not trying to mess with your religion. What I'm asking you is, are you for the religion or are you for God? Because what if you are a part of the keys that a person needs to unlock something that's very important? And they done put you in a box in a stable, and here you are just, going with the powers that be, because they're putting the Statue of Liberty on our property. And whether or not we know it or not, the book of Enoch was important because that's when it says that the Watchers came down and they started teaching people magic. Regardless of whether or not you don't like it or not, it's saying that it was taught. It's saying that it was here. They told you not to use it. Meanwhile, they're using it. The Statue of Liberty got chains around their legs. Mind you, the Statue of Liberty don't belong her ass over here. It was a part of, what is it, French or something of that nature. Entertainment purposes only. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Wherever it came from, send the bitch back. It's not a part of our history or our culture. It's not a part of this sacred land. It's somebody trying to send a spell and tie and bind. Like, we got to be smarter and better than that. It's a tether. We don't need no more tethers. Undo it. It's just like the people that talk about pan something. I don't know. It's the people that claim they're black, but then they're foreign, this and the third. Listen, I ain't got nothing to say other than the fact that I'm not listening to your bitch ass either. Why? Because you don't have the same thing that a person that has been black in America, that has been dealing with black in America, you don't have that. You can say that you do, but you don't. Your culture, your everything is basically still trying to focus on what was wherever it was. We had this shit. Like one of the ladies said, talking to the people that was trying to come over here, and she said, let us deal with our own demon. We already been dealing with this demon. She ain't lying. Like, y'all got other shit that y'all need to be worried about. And not to say that at the end, because again, we're talking about God. This is all one people. It's all one collective. But deal with the shit that's on your property first before you bring your ass over here. Let us deal with what we already been dealing with, because we already see that it's being untangled, untied. We already see that whatever's happening is already in the midst of. And stop taking people that basically don't know nothing about nothing just because they got a fucking... It's a thing about y'all schools and y'all education. They gave y'all the school and the education, and they gave y'all still lies. Whether or not y'all know it or not, they started at this point and they lied to y'all. So y'all should sue them. Because guess what? I wouldn't pay them bitches nothing for school or nothing, because why would you give us bullshit? And then they want y'all to pay for it. Meanwhile, and there's a man that I could say, for instance, but I don't want to say that. I come from Delaware too. So do they. And they got, some names or some initials in front of their name. And just because they do, you don't know shit either. Stop trying to speak on behalf of the fucking people, when meanwhile, you're not the people. You're known as a fucking scammer. Like, if you ever been known as a fucking scammer, don't stand up talking about you want to represent people and you got scammer. And I'm not saying nothing about the person, because they ain't never scammed me, but also I stay away from people, because I don't want to be held accountable for you. I just want you to go look it up for yourself. But stop being out here trying to talk about people or trying to act like you represent black people, and you not one of us blacks. You're a different type of black. And collectively, all y'all black, and I'm going to keep saying all y'all niggas is black, but y'all not the type of black that was not trying to do anything for, against people. Everybody that is black, that is along the world and everything else, y'all negotiate to come over here and put your foot on other black people's necks. That's what y'all do. And if you ever negotiated, or your culture negotiated to steal, kill, or destroy against people that were already over here going through enough, I'm talking about your bitch ass. And take it how it resonates. The flood was meant to reset. All right, so then the timeline, where would have fit into this? Now, so again with the timeline, because where did certain people, places, and things fit in? Because it seems like it looked like everything is so far away. It's not right. So now we go through a connection. And again, God was God before any of this was given. And nobody's bigger than the program. And God is the program. Hi, Walks Alone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I won't say it has his name either. Girl, you already know. It is Rumpelstiltskin. Period. Because again, I ain't here to bash nobody. All I'm here is to say that God was God before any of the books was given. God is going to be God while everybody talking, including me. Don't listen to nothing I got to say. Go check it out for yourself and have some discernment with every fucking body. Everybody. People get mad at me because I ain't listening to them. I don't give a damn what initials you got in front of your name. I don't give a damn what school you went to, because all you just is proving is that you're able to be enslaved longer than I am. And these people done lied to you. And you sat there the whole entire time and had no discernment and still went through the process in the program. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself. So you can call me whatever you want to call me. Just be mindful that God listening. And don't mention my name. Period. Because God get them and shit. All right, so from Noah to Abraham. From Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The line leading to Abraham and therefore Jacob, and then Solomon comes through Shem. So Noah, Shem, Aphrax, whatever, I don't know. Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Ru, Sarug, Noher, Terah, Abraham. And then Abraham to Solomon, it goes from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob. Remember, Jacob is Israel. Jacob is who has the blessing. God told Rebekah that Jacob had the blessing. The Bible, or somebody in it, said that Jacob stole it. That's not true. It says in a previous book, a book that was written before this book, that God said that Jacob was going to have the blessing. I like and respect what you are doing, boss lady. Thank you. Excuse me, y'all. So God told Rebekah back in the Ethiopian Bible that Jacob was going to have the blessing. But somehow in the Bible they said that Jacob stole. Jacob didn't steal. Because you can't say in one text that's previous that he was blessed and then later on say he stole. But they were fighting. So apparently there was a tussle in the womb. So these niggas already was at odds with each other. Okay? So we got Abraham, we got Isaac, we got Jacob, later named Israel. Because Jacob's later his name is Israel. So Israel is a place, but also Israel is DNA. So potentially right now, even everything that's happening, entertainment purposes only, and Israel talking, but Israel that's talking to this day, present 2026, could not even have a leg to stand on. Israel, take a DNA test. And most of the people in Israel probably won't. But mind you, let's be mindful that in 2026, and everything could have something to do with this, or nothing could have nothing to do with nothing. But be mindful that God is God, beginning, end, and middle. Everything moves and happens according to what God is saying. Ain't nothing around here moving unless God say it can happen. So whether or not a person is sitting in the seat, whether or not something is a missile flying across entertainment purposes only, ain't shit shaking unless God shake it out, right? Now, so Israel that's talking could not even be important other than the fact that they put themselves in position to be talking and they paid like they weigh. Because these niggas is greedy around here. especially around here. You know what I'm saying? On this property, on this land. These niggas, they get paid off to, you know, allow people to do weird shit. They don't have no morals and no values. Okay? So, Jacob name is Israel. That's DNA. And so for all intents purposes, you know, information got leaked. Entertainment purposes only. Files got leaked. Y'all know which files I'm talking about. And those files, there's a lady that gave the guy that's in the files carpet from Mecca, Islam. Now the people, after they found out this happened, entertainment purposes only, the people was upset because they said those are prayers, those are da-da-da-da. Nah, nobody cares. Prayers and everything went up to heaven. That belonged to God. So when they did it, it don't matter what she tried to give. What, you know, sparked my interest and my peak. Mind you, I ain't download none of this shit because I ain't putting none of that on my computer or none of that because I do not give a damn. This is how much I keep trying to tell you. All of this shit is above my pay grade. All I came to tell y'all is what God told me to tell you, that God existed before anything was written. That's all I got to tell you. Have some discernment with people. That's all I got to tell you. So, the thing that sparked my peak and my interest was she gave him a part of the carpet from Mecca. He gave her DNA samples. What? Like, y'all arguing, y'all listening to the wrong thing. Because again, collectively, if we spoke the same language and God was God before everything happened, God said we are intelligent. It's not the problem in us doing what we did. I gave y'all the people can do what they want. Being wise is not the problem. It is the thing that happens. What gets built is the issue, right? So I gave y'all that. Why was they interested? Why are they so interested in DNA? So I was confused by that because that gave me flags. Anyway, so be mindful that Jacob has a blessing. Jacob was blessed in Rebecca's womb. God told her that Jacob is his first son. Jacob will be his first son. And whether or not it was the translation or if it was the same as Jesus, meaning, you know, heir to a throne. This is a person that has the covenant, because we're talking about covenant, and covenant is what's important. So let's look up the word covenant. What does covenant mean? So covenant is important because when you're in covenant with God, a covenant is a very specific meaning in biblical context. Definition: covenant is a formal agreement, a promise, or a contract between two parties. In the Bible, it usually refers to a divine agreement between God and humans. It is binding, it is sacred, and it often comes with blessings for obedience and consequences for disobedience. Meaning, if we don't listen, that's our ass. But if we do listen, we will be blessed beyond measure. So Noah had a covenant. God promises never to destroy the earth by flood again. The sign of rainbow. But for some reason, nobody ever told you that at the end of those rainbows, it came with, you know, coinage. If you do the right thing. They made it look like something different. Abrahamic covenant. God promises Abraham land, descendants, and blessings to all nations through his line. So it was a covenant. Circumcision. User, whoever you are, right? It don't matter, because you can leave. And so I'm gonna just delete you because you don't have to worry about it ever again. Whereas you could have learned something or not, because I don't care. I'm gonna just kick you off my channel. So I'm gonna make you do some work because I know that you're, you know, one of them energies, and I know that you're gonna go and do another email to come over here. So let me go ahead and time you out because you don't even matter. So we're going to, because I want to delete you all the way. So we're going to hide you from my channel. Because we don't care about what you're talking about. You trying to waste people time. Y'all please hit the like button, please, and thank you. Belinda, hi, thank you for being here. Yeah, we're not going to let nobody distract. We're going to kick their asses right on out. Majestic Grace, yeah, it was held for review on my side. It was held for review on my side too, but I just didn't like the fact that, you know, they wanted to even come over here with that. Like, I ain't said nothing wrong to nobody, and I just very much disagree with bum-ass behavior. And so, I'm not they mama. I don't gotta live with them, and I don't gotta love them, and I don't gotta talk to them. You gonna have to call your fucking mom for that shit. Y'all, please and thank you. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Don't forget that. Thank y'all for being here, too, as well. And again, God was here first, okay? So, that's all I know. All right, so, Abrahamic covenant, it was for circumcision. Mosaic covenant, agreement on Mount Sinai between God and Israel. Again, Israel to me is Jacob. It's DNA. And it could be a place, but from what I was reading and from what I've seen, it's tied to Jacob. So I'm going to check this right here too. And, you know, whether we find it or not, because again, it could be written or it could not be written. But Jacob is Israel. Okay? So that's the agreement on Mount Sinai. God, obey the law, blessings, disobey, curses, which is where I believe we are at this moment also. Because the fact of the matter is that that's where the days got changed, 364 to 365. It also threw the timelines off. It also threw, if one of the covenants is to make sure that the Sabbath or the days are holy, or the 7 days that you don't work, or the 7 years that you don't work, when on the seventh year you don't work, or when it is talking about slavery, because that's the time. It is also the Jubilee years that are important. So that would be tied to that. So they have where during the Jubilee times where they took it out, that you can only go to a certain point of time, even owing a debt. So like how they got you doing housing for 30 years, no ma'am, no ham. It is the where these people are so greedy, entertainment purposes only, that they try to do, hey Mac, that's my cousin. That's one of my cousins with the beautiful eyes too. Thank you for being here. So going past the time, they took out certain things so you wouldn't know, that would allow them to overstep their boundaries. It is like slavery going past 7 years. These people are definitely violating and breaking laws, breaking covenants. But technically, you're violating and breaking covenants because the covenant wasn't with them. The covenant is with the people who the covenant is with. And if we don't know who the people are, then guess what? So you have to know. And these are the problems. So David covenant, God promises David that his line will rule forever, ultimately fulfilling through the Messiah and Christian interpretation. But mind you, the Christians are the ones that basically move this, that, and the third. And I'm not saying nothing against them, but if they're not going off of what was already there, and the lady that came in here earlier, the one that I kicked out, she gave me the scripture as to you can't pick and choose, and then she said duh, and I loved her for that, because you just proved what I said. They allowed them to pick and choose. So if you allowed them to pick and choose and it's a duh, then why are you following it? Duh. It is weird to me. So God is God before, in the middle, and after. Before, during, and after. Your books could be registered as idols. Your statues definitely registered as idols. Your people that y'all are meditating and summoning on other than God, definitely idols. You're breaking the covenant. Great bottom line. God was here even before exactly. And so the covenant is between the people and God. God is within us. If you ask, you seek, you're going to find. And there's nothing wrong with looking at the information. But if you're worshiping the information, or you're worshiping the people of instead of God and looking at God, they want to keep arguing with me all day long since I've been sitting here. I've been sitting here since 8:15. They have been talking to me about Bible, Torah, Quran. Everybody been saying whatever they've been saying. And the whole entire time I told them I'm not going to debate with them about none of their books. I don't care about none of your books, what you talking about. My destination from the beginning and end is God is the beginning, God is the middle, God is the end. Y'all are allowing the people to give you books and stop you from I'm not going to argue with you. It's either growth or distraction. Arguing with you is a distraction. All we have to agree on is that God was here before the books. That's all we got to do. All we have to agree on is being a good person. That's all we have to do. Everything else, if you get rules, instruction, and this, that, and the third, and it makes you be a better person by, having structure in your life, good. Have that. If being told to pray 5 times a day helps you, do what you do, good. I'm not knocking it. Great. But for a person to say that this is the person that, and you're worshiping a person, because literally that's all I be hearing all the time. Jesus, Muhammad, da-da-da-da. God. God is God. Before, the middle, after. Be a good person. It's always the people who argue with me about a person of one of these books that ain't acting like a good person. You coming over here to harass me about something that I'm not even going to let you harass me about. I'm going to just cut your ass off. Short. Delete. Eject. Out of here. Mr. Steele, hi. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you about that, because God didn't say I had to be a dumbass, and I'm not going to do that. That would make me stupid if I sat here and argued with you over something, and I'm far removed from that. And this is one of those things where I tell y'all, don't let people bring you back down to levels you've already leveled up from. I'm already far beyond that. This book, and this book, I know that God is God, beginning, middle, and end. I want to do the right things. I want to remain in covenant. I want to know what days were what. I don't want to have to keep arguing with somebody over the fact that we know that these people corrupted, manipulate, took, replace, this, that, and the third. But also, even in the midst of that, I don't want to argue with nobody and get the wrong impression of somebody when it could have been just a translation. Because they could have, just translated it wrong. And I don't want to be looking at nobody weird or crazy or saying nothing about nobody when, for all intents and purposes, it may have been unintentional. But for the things that we know were very much intentional, like you didn't put this book in here because it said that you can't have a slave for over 7 days or 7 years. You can't treat people wrong and think that you're a good person. Like, you can't do rituals on people, curse money, curse food, and then hand it to people and think that that's a good thing. You're not going to tell me that you're a good person. Like, I can clearly see that don't make sense to me. Why you out here cursing people? It's not making sense. So I'm not gonna, fall in line with that. You deal with that on your own. You're gonna have to talk to God about that for yourself, because I'm not gonna do it. Anyway, so covenant being with people, the people, the individual. It's more than a contract, it's a relationship. Do you have a relationship with God? Because if you're saying you have a relationship with God and you can see that you have discernment, then you should have discernment on books. You should have discernment on people. You should have discernment on, whatever is actively happening around here. Have y'all ever wondered why it's people, they're telling you they're dropping files left and right on people doing activities and things of that nature against children, and ain't nobody said nothing? They arguing more over how much the gas prices cost. They arguing more over whether or not TSA is not letting them through the airport fast enough. They gonna go to war with you over that now. But ain't nobody saying nothing about them kids that stuff happened to. Ain't nobody saying nothing that they went back over time to disrupt, the system, or, change the timelines, or throw us completely out of whack to where everybody should have been off at this certain point in time, or everybody should be able to live this certain particular way. Nobody mad about that. Nobody mad about the fact that, they came over here, killed, steal, and destroyed, moved people off their land. Different foreign countries came over here battling about land, this, that, and the third. Ain't nobody, mad about that. Mind you, these countries, if you look at, what happened today, they said 3 of them. I seen the paper, but it was moving too fast. 3 people voted against it. Some people didn't vote, period, at all. And then other people voted against it. Mind you, it wasn't just the people that's here, because we can talk about them too, but it's foreign countries, other foreign countries that actively came over here and, put their feet on this land and this property, knowing that it wasn't theirs. Are they going to pay us too? Because at this point, I feel like, what can you pay? And quite frankly, I would be more happier if y'all came over here and just take y'all people and get them and go. Like, just get them off the property and take them. Like, get them and go. And let the people who are indigenous to this land, the people that belong here, we'll figure it out. Just get your people off the property. So the other day, yesterday, a man was talking about, he said he was a part of the government, something, right? And he was giving out a warning. He said, because right now, this is, you remember them people, the Jewish people who claiming that they're Jews, and remember the entertainment purposes only. Why did the U.S. pay for the Holocaust, right? Because if they saying it happened in Germany, why did the U.S. pay for it? Meanwhile, the man said, entertainment purposes only, I did not say this. The man said that this is Germany, right? And I said, because I wrote a comment, he said, we are the Germans. No, the fuck we're not. Y'all are the Germans. Y'all white people that ain't done nothing, y'all are the Germans. You want to know why? Because y'all the people that came over here, entertainment purposes only, taking the property and the land. Y'all the people who also, I already said it, it's been over a year or two, I've been telling y'all, get y'all people. Get y'all people, right? Okay. Long story short, I just did a video and I told y'all that this lady, she went and did the nigga's history. The nigga that's sitting up there in the seat is a German. His grandfather was a German. He moved to Germany. The reason why his ass is even over here is because Germany kicked his ass the fuck out. So he's right about that. That is a German. But there's a German sitting in the seat that is not a part of this land. Married to a Russian. Russia was on the list of people that need to get their people. So we got England, we got Russian, we got Spain, we got Netherlands, Dutch, what is that, Roman, them two, or them people from back, whatever the timeline is. But anyway, it's for all intents purposes, I gave y'all the names of the people. Come get y'all people and take them back home with y'all. You don't gotta pay us nothing. If y'all do that, we'll be happy. Get them. But other than that, y'all can pay us too, for all intents purposes, for all the years that y'all been here, for all the corruption that y'all have caused by even letting them come the fuck over here. But get y'all people. Please and thank you. Because the only other thing is this. Y'all worried about a war elsewhere, entertainment purposes only. It's not a war until basically we get ready to get our shit back. But for all other intents purposes, y'all gonna end up letting them people try to get rid of us and everything else first. Because that's what y'all gonna do. And they keep talking to you about history repeating itself. Because that's what they want it to do. Meanwhile, y'all not ready to get them going yet? People over there mad at them people. But mind you, I keep telling y'all, them people doing the Lord's work right now. Because we do not know how. Whatever the covenant is. Because it says covenant, a sacred binding promise between God and humans. If we are already in covenant and we get back to the right way, the right in the covenant, we ain't gonna have to do nothing to them people no way. This is also the reason why, everything that I've been looking up, and I've literally been telling y'all, every time them people try to do something to us, it ends up backfiring. That tells us that we're in covenant with God. It literally says that. Every time they try to do something to us, it backfires. The whole entire world actively lined up to go against black people. Every single culture. I told y'all the other day, God must got something really amazing in store for us, because everybody went against us. People that can look in the mirror, be melanated, and know that they're melanated went against us. They took a white card to come over here. People from other countries look just like us, got paid to come over here, become doctors, lawyers, own businesses, businesses, and everything else. And you know what the one thing was that they told them? Stay away from us. What in the hell? Like, why would y'all tell them people that? And why would y'all do that? It has been actively everybody, the world against the black Americans. Mind you, this is the thing that I love this about us, but I also hate this about us. Because why are we so loving to other cultures? And we know they hate us. We'll be so giving to other people, and we know they hate us. These motherfuckers will do something to us and then tell their kids, if something happened, go look for a black person. The black people gonna help you out. In particular, a black woman. Go look for the black people. The people will go through slavery, entertainment purposes only. And this is one of the things where I said, y'all, this is the great upside down, because I'm a black woman, right? And in the world, you're not going to say, there is not a world that I could ever live in that I would tell somebody that you are not a human being. You're less than a person. And then try to enslave your ass and get you to cook my food, wet nurse my kids, be around my house. Your energy's horrible. And if I know you're not a person, like, they will talk bad about us and then get us to feed their families. Something ain't right about that. Because you can't come near me. And you damn sure ain't going to feed my baby from your breast. They try to enslave you, tell you you wasn't shit, and then allowed you to cook food. Do y'all know what type of spiritual ramifications it is to that? Y'all are crazy. Ain't no way in hell. If you thought that we were nothing, your best bet would be to stay away from us. I won't eat listen, I done went to McDonald's, and that's not even the best place on earth to go get nothing. I done went to McDonald's, and it said something to the bitch in the window, and after that, I'm not even taking that drink. Because, bitch, I don't want the energy that you put on it. I'm not taking that and then gonna put it in my system. You clearly got me fucked up. So it's weird that y'all would do that and then think that spiritually you was going to be blessed or anything else. Like, whatever God got coming for y'all, I promise you, it's already been in the making, because y'all literally did every single violation spiritually that y'all could have done. It's just like, again, when I said get y'all people, and I was telling y'all, if y'all really out here doing the Lord's work and y'all saying y'all are giving out the truth, y'all are actively in your houses saying that, oh, black people did this, black people did that. Y'all making billions of dollars on social media, entertainment purposes only, but are you entertained yet? Making billions of dollars doing content, telling us that y'all found out that black people came from this. Y'all found books that is from this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, y'all have not actively said, let me give these people back their property. Let me do the right thing. Let me make this right. The young girl that I told y'all about the other day, literally said, oh, well, we're going to do this and make money. And then you know what I told her? You're just like the rest of them. Like, information is free. Knowledge is free. If you found a book from 1602, 1302, 1202, bitch, knowledge is free. You just like them people. You want people to pay you because it's a higher, only certain people can afford, the information or the knowledge. You're just like them fucking people. And I almost promise you that book that you was reading from freely is going to eat your bitch ass up. And I cannot wait, because guess what? It was free when it was given to you and you was doing the right thing. But the energy changes when you start doing something in a way that is just like your forefathers. So good. Keep doing that. Let's see. Facts. Hey, yes, definitely have been relationship with God, government, the state of mind of the people, the government of society today or yesterday doesn't move me, but God, guidance of God does. Period. We get stronger. That's it. Mind you, just think about all the things that they've been feeding us. Nobody else eats that. But mind you, we still out here. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I told y'all, entertainment purposes only. They said they don't want to give us free healthcare because they don't want our lineages. We would die off in 3 generations. This is what their people said. They would feed us. They rather feed us poison. There's no goodness in these people. Mind you, also a part of God's plan, because guess what? It's still their journey. Even if you look at stories throughout the Bible, it's been people, let me throw them in the fiery furnace. God told you not to do that. God let you see them people walk around this, that, and the third. They will think that they are the boss and that they are more in control than God. God will keep telling these people over and over again, do not touch these folks. They will try to still cut people up into pieces, do this, kill the body, do that, and the third. God won't let them touch you. And then all of a sudden, your spirit jumps back up into your body. And then now they're saying, oh my God, like, I can't believe there's no goodness in them. God can show up right today and on these people's doorstep and they will try to kill it. Ain't no goodness in them. They try to take everything good. Ain't no way. This is Babylon the Great. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Talk with you soon, Miss Harmon. See you later, Mr. Steele. You too, Mr. Steele. You, I see, are black men. That explains it to us. And they are all... I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that is. But anyway, so long story short, God is God before, after, and in the midst of. And we have the covenant with God. Your book, they want you to be arguing. They want you to argue amongst each other. Your religion's better. This religion's better. This religion's better. Go look them up. Go look at the books, y'all. Go look at the books. And even in certain books, they said you don't have the right to pick and choose, but they pick and chose. Why do they get to pick and choose, but you don't get to pick and choose? And like I said, because it was messing me up where who was, the Torah was here, or if it was the Ethiopian Bible here, but they said the Torah came first. But even when the Ethiopian people did it, they literally put what they put here, and then they added the extra. That's the way I would think you would do it. I don't think you would take out canons, or you would do this, or you would say that this ain't no good because, especially if it was here before you got here. So that's basically like you being able to judge, who God said is actually here. But meanwhile, everything that you're doing is against what God is saying. So anyway, going back to the timeline, we got Noah, post-flood, righteous human. Abraham, father of the covenant. We got Jacob, Israel, father of the 12 tribes. We got David, king of Israel, and then Solomon. Solomon is wealthy, wise. So who lived during Solomon's time? Who did Solomon get to meet? Let's see. Who was alive when Solomon was born? Who was alive when Solomon was born? All right, so we got Solomon was born 970 BCE. He lived in a completely different time period than the early patriarchs like Adam, Noah, or even Abraham. None of those who earlier figures were alive. Here's who was alive around Solomon's birth according to the Bible. So his immediate family, David. David is the one that slew the giant. Okay. Who is that? David. Okay, so we got David. David's the one that slew the giant. He came after. So Noah, Abraham, Moses, then David. David was when the Nephilim had came around here. So then that's when that started. So then it was his immediate family, David. Then it says key people in David's kingdom. Nathan the prophet, who supported Solomon's future kingship. Zodok, priest who later anointed Solomon. Joab, military leader. Adonijah, son that forced David to exile. Let's see. Well, we're doing genealogy right now, and that person ain't showing up, but maybe, I don't know. Again, it could be different. This is what y'all failing to realize. All right, so Jacob is Israel, father of the 12 tribes. Then we got David. David is the king of Israel. So Israel, the land. We got Jacob is Israel, the DNA. Then we got David, the land. Solomon is David's son. So David would have told Solomon, passed down some information to Solomon. Yeah, I know that already. They all were at this point in time, because they create albinos, but you know, anyway, well, Esau's side, but that's different. I'm talking about these people right here. So David, let's see, would Solomon have met Jacob? Did Solomon live when Jacob I get that. We know that. So what's your point in that? I know that. Did Solomon live when Jacob was born? I mean, when Jacob hold on. Did Solomon live when Jacob? No, I wrote that backwards. Did Solomon live when Jacob was around? I wrote it backwards, but because we talking about like bloodline and lineage, because it, excuse me, people will make it seem like the timeline is off, or the timeline is different, but we have to remember. Okay, so Jacob Israel lived around 1800. Solomon lived around, hold on, so how old was Jacob when Jacob died? Because something, how old was Jacob when he died? Enter. That's not true. He didn't do everything that God said not to do. If he did, then God wouldn't have sent him the ring. He did some shit later on that he wasn't supposed to do, like the idol shit, but he didn't, he was actually allowed to. All right, so Jacob spent the last 17 years of his life in Egypt with his son Joseph. Before his death, he blessed his sons, the 12 tribes of Israel. He was buried later. All right, so David, how old was he when he had David? How old was he when he had David? All right, because I'm just trying to figure out it, because that would have been his grandfather. David is descendant of Jacob many generations later. All right, so what did they do? They must have skipped some people, because it has, okay, so who did y'all skip? So who did y'all skip in between? Who did you? And this is the thing. See how they leave out stuff and then they were like, no. Who did you skip in between then? Because it went from this person to this person. Don't give us partial information. Give us the fucking right thing. All right, so we got full line from Jacob to David, no skips. We got Jacob, which is Israel. We got Judah, Perez, Hezron, Ram, Eminad, Nahshon, Solomon, Boaz, Obed, Jesse, then David. All right, so she said Jesse is David's father. Yes, Jesse is David. Jesse, David. All right, so they was doing skips in between. All right, so no one is skipped. That's the full recorded line. Okay, so during here, because literally it was Jacob had 12 sons, 12 tribes of Israel, including Judah. So this is why it said that he so during the line. So did David is the one that slew the giants, right? All right. So yes. All right. So mind you, we done did this before. It just makes me always want to make sure that we're going through the timeline and the lineage, the thing proper. So we went from Adam to all the way down here, right? And then in the midst of, and this was what was important, because again, God is God regardless, front, middle, end. The stories that get told, the ones that don't get told, the stuff that gets inserted, the books that, you know, are made to be bigger than God on its own, right? And so we going through here. This is where I went. Adam, Noah, Abraham, Jacob, David, Solomon. So those are all the ones that were, I guess, of some importance from them. So David would have met, or it still would have been things being passed down, because Solomon is who starts now inserting certain things into the Bible. Because he was the one that was talking, but then all of a sudden it had something to do with the Ethiopian version that they gave of the female. Anyway, so again, long story short, issue is God was God. Thank you. Everybody hit the like button. Yes, thank you. God was God before this happened. God was God in the middle, and God is God now. And if you are saying that you are for God, it would behoove you to know that you know, some of the things that is being inserted into the system is definitely not true, but also some things being taken away that, you know, because maybe we not looking, or we not asking the right questions, because that was also one of the things that I was being talked to about, asking the right question, because it'll tell you where this happened and where that happened. Because I kept asking about Cain, because from what I have read a long time ago about Cain, he was destined to, you know, walk the earth, this, that, and the third. He wasn't allowed to be killed. Then in another biblical text, or another text, not biblical, another text that was Ethiopian, it said that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He killed Abel with a stone, so his house ended up falling on him. So that was also one of the things. So it started to answer questions, but collectively we are all a part of the system. We are all important to the system. It's not for us to argue. It is for us to find the differences, and also know that we could be talking about the same exact thing. The language barrier is an issue, because we could all be talking about cleaning up the system, but if I'm saying cleaning up the system and I start with this and you wanted me to start with that, and I just don't do the very thing that you wanted me to do first, you may think that I'm going against you, but technically I'm not going against you. It's just that I started with this, and it don't make it wrong. God is God before, middle, after. It is important to know and understand that collectively we are all important here. It's easy to be a good person. Don't allow nobody to start you in the midst of, because this is what keeps on happening. We have to go back to the beginning and know where, you know, we're going. But also, we have to also be mindful about, you know, people letting you, or you wanting to stay in the past or living in the past. But it has to be the truth. So the thing is, the truth shall set you free. So just know that. All right, so that's all I got. And hopefully I did what I was supposed to do. And if you got what I mean, then I did what I was supposed to do, I guess. Anyway, so this is a matter of life and death. Who are you really? Don't let nobody choose who you are. You choose wisely. It is God, the very God, God before everything came about, or you allow them people to lead you down the wrong entire path, and meanwhile they're going to give you what they want to give you. So take it how it resonates. Anyway, I love y'all. Thank you for being here. David, thank you for being here. Charles, thank you for being here. Majestic Grace, always love you. Thank you for being here. Austin's Corner, thank you for being here. Everybody that was a part of helping me, you know, find information today. Shantae, Mr. Steele, y'all, thank y'all. Anybody that I missed, charge it to my head, not my heart. Valerie, you, thank you for being here. Walks Alone, thank you. Anybody that I deleted, thank y'all, because y'all make shit so fun for me having to cuss you out and delete your bitch ass. Because, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. Yo, why am I so hungry? Like, I literally been sitting here since this morning. And again, I wasn't even thinking that I was going to come, but literally God got me up. It's time to, you know, Bucket Getter, welcome. Thank you for being here. Honorary Celestial, you. I deleted your bitch ass too. Thank you for being here. Everybody else, like I said, charge it to my head, not my heart. Hopefully, I got everybody together. Y'all have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:15 for Earth School. And yeah, seek God. All right. Start with you. The first change comes within you, and you know, God is good, even in the midst of everything that's happening. So everything may not be the way you want it, but know it's the way that it needs to be. And God is key. So do with that information what you will. I love y'all and see y'all later. That's right.